23 Town Council, oh, there we go. I'm calling the April 4th, 2023 meeting to order. Hold on. We have an echo. I think KCAT's still working on this. Okay, how's that? Hold on a minute. That's muted. Okay. All right, the meeting is called to order, and I'll ask the clerk to take the attendance.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudis? Councilmember Hudis?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. And now, as you can see, Councilmember Hudis is participating remotely, and I think we have a statement to be read to approve remote participation. Councilmember Hudis.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. I have a cold, and I will be participating remotely in accordance with AB 2449 under the circumstance of just cause due to a contagious illness. And there are no individuals with me in this room.
Thank you, Council Member. I hope you're feeling better, and we do appreciate that in spite of the fact that you're not feeling well, you are participating in the meeting. So thank you. Next, we will roll our rules of decorum and civility.
The public is welcome to participate at Town Council meetings, understanding that the purpose of the meetings is to conduct the important business of the town in an efficient and effective manner. At each meeting, the following expectations of civil conduct shall apply. 1. For the benefit of the entire community, the Town of Los Gatos asks that all speakers follow the town's meeting guidelines by treating everyone with respect and dignity. This is done by following meeting guidelines set forth in state law, in the town code, and on the cover sheet of the council agenda. 2. The town embraces diversity and strongly condemns hate speech and offensive hateful language or racial intolerance of any kind at council meetings. 3. Town council and staff are well aware of the public's right to disagree with their professional opinion on various town issues. However, antisocial behavior, slander, hatred, and bigotry statements are completely unacceptable and will not be tolerated in any way, shape, or form at Town Council meetings. 4. All public comments at the Town Council meeting must pertain to items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the town and shall not contain slanderous statements, hatred, and bigotry against non-public officials. 5. The town will go through the following steps if a disturbance results from a member of the public not following these rules. If participating remotely, town staff may mute the individual with an explanation for the record of why muting occurred consistent with this policy. If participating in person, the mayor may call a recess for violation of this policy, resulting in the immediate cessation of the audio and video recording and the council exiting the chamber. Staff will determine if the individual should be removed or if all members of the public should leave, depending on the extent of the disturbance. In the event that all public members exit, only the press would be allowed back in the meeting. Once the individual or individuals leave, the council would return to the chamber and the mayor would resume the meeting. Persons disrupting a council meeting may be cited for violation of the California Penal Code Section 403. These expectations of conduct also apply to meetings of all town boards, committees, and commissions.
Thank you. Next, we have our Pledge of Allegiance. So I would like to call up our young leaders who are here to lead us in the pledge. Who do we have here? Oh, excellent. All right. Welcome. And with us today, let's get this chair out of the way. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Come on over here. With us today, we have Louise Van Meter student council members. And so I didn't get a chance to say hi to you before. So we have Sachin Pancholi. Sachin Pancholi. Yeah. Welcome. And Isabel Kaplanov. Hi, Isabel. And Parker Lyles. Hi, Parker. And Ayana Koshalieva. Welcome. Okay, these are our young leaders, and they are going to lead us in the pledge. So who's going to hold the microphone? And tell everyone what they're supposed to do.
Please stand. Please hold your right arm on your heart. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Let's see. Did we get a quick photo, or did you already get that? Do you want a picture with me, or just by yourselves under here? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I shake
All right,
hands?
shake
Thank
hands,
you.
and then we have something for you.
Thank you for helping us out.
Here we go. Our next item is we have some presentations. So a proclamation for recognizing Poetry Month and our Poet Laureate. You want to stand here or there? Okay, first of all, I want to, here we go. This is the town of Los Gatos. We have a proclamation for National Poetry Month, whereas National Poetry Month seeks to highlight the extraordinary legacy and ongoing achievement of poets, introduce people to the pleasures and benefits of reading poetry, bring poets and poetry to the public in innovative ways, and make poetry an important part of our children's lives. And whereas the town of Los Gatos has appointed Jen Saraganian as Poet Laureate, and Ms. Saraganian is engaged in efforts to make poetry an essential part of the arts and humanities in Los Gatos, affecting every aspect of life in Los Gatos, including education, the economy, and community pride. Now therefore be it resolved, I, Maria Risto, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim the month of January 2023 to be National Poetry Month within the town of Los Gatos, and call upon all individuals to make poetry a part of daily life in Los Gatos. Thank you. There you go. I would do this. Thank you. And then Jen has a poem she'll be reading for us.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Mayor Risto, Mayor Badame, town council members. I've been poet laureate of this town for now 2 years, and it's been incredible. I love serving the community of Los Gatos, and I've written about many different aspects of the town for a couple years, and but I wanted to do this year of one place that brings me and just so much joy. In terms of my own life, personal life, but also my family's life. So I want to show my appreciation to the Los Gatos Library, especially with the creative and very talented librarians and staff I've been able to collaborate with. And I'll be speaking about an event coming up right after this poem as well. So the poem is called Los Gatos Library. It stands swaddled by a lattice of leaves and cherry blossoms, hills that drift upward in its greenery. I unbuckle wiggles and limbs from car seats, question if the 90-minute parking limit will suffice. Inside the lobby, the scent of silence. The maternal settles here soothes an animal urge. In the children's section, golden spaceships, asteroid belts ripple the ceiling as if quaked in the earth. Walls radiate pink and green, planet hideouts carved into one side. My eldest snags a book and curls his back against Jupiter's edges. Babies shine like diamonds from blanketed strollers. A toddler coughs and his mother's eyes drift left and right in case anyone heard it. Back in the lobby, we pass teenagers in wide-legged jeans and hoodies. My son eyes them in awe, but then the staircase distracts. Upstairs, green carpet absorbs sound. History breathes onto the shelves. Wooden carols rebel in their silence. I thread between the rows, my sons following, until the books I desire are aflame. They call me like saliva to the tongue. Here's an invitation to suckle all soreness. The curtainless windows open to the sun and cloud. Nothing, no one is shuttered out. After checkout, we still glow on the sidewalk, stare at the walls of glass and light. My youngest turns and says, "It seems like an airport." And he knows that all who enter board a vessel, and inside we are transported. No need for in-flight movies or a cocktail. Thank you very much. And so the other thing that I really was very excited to announce is for the last 2 years I've been hosting the Los Gatos annual poetry contest. Last year we had about 90 submissions. This year, thanks to all the incredible schools and community members who've really pitched in to spread the word, we had 130 submissions. It was amazing. And I really am excited to announce the winners tonight of the youth and the teen first place winners. They were chosen from over 40 submissions because the youth and teens definitely stood out tonight. So I'd love to first call up Sierra, first place winner of the youth category of the Los Gatos Poetry Contest. Come on up. So Sierra is 12 years old, a 7th grader at Raymond J. Fisher Middle School. Her favorite book is Sweet, Young, and Worried by Blythe Baird, and she enjoys volleyball, origami, and writes poetry for girls and women who struggle using their voice, but uses her voice to empower others. Her poem is called Dear Men, and it's absolutely stunning. I can't stop thinking about it. It was so incredible. So let's give a big round of applause to Sierra. And then I want to announce the teen winner. So if the teen winner wants to stand up, that's Kay. Come on up, Kay, yay! So come on up. So the first place winner, the first place winner in the teen category of the Los Gatos Poetry Contest 2023 is Kay. Kay is 14 years old, currently an 8th grader at R.J. Fisher Middle School, who lives with their mom, twin, older sister, a cat named Miles, and a snail named Gertrude. I love the snail part. That was their favorite book is currently Orpheus Girl, and Kay wrote the most stunning poem called The Staff Bathroom that I had to read again and again and again because, again, these are poems that I would expect to see in a professional literary journal, but instead they were written by 2 middle schoolers who blew me away, and these are poets that you're going to see in journals, in newspapers. I'm telling you, 5-10 years, like their names are going to be big. So please give a round of applause to these 2 incredible individuals. And then I want to invite you all. There's going to be a really special celebration at the Los Gatos Library on April 17th. So on Monday, April 17th at 4:30, all the winners, that includes our first place winners, as well as the second and third place winners for the youth, teen, and adult categories will be reading. And then they'll be receiving their prizes that we received from, we received over $500 worth of prizes from from businesses in Los Gatos, very generous. And they'll be able to share their poems with the community as well. So please make it on April 17th. I hope to see you all there. And again, please let's give one last round of applause for these two winners. Thank you.
And I want to thank you both, and thank you, Jen. I read the poems as well, and they are just so vulnerable, so beautiful, so powerful. I'll definitely be there on April 17th, and I look forward to hearing the poems in your voices. So thank you so much. Okay, thank you. We had a lot going on tonight, and we have a big meeting, so it's great to start off with so much energy from our youth. Thank you. Yes, and nobody needs to stay if they've already done their part. You're welcome to stay, but we'll be here for a while. All right. Our next item is if we have a closed session report.
Yes, the town council met in closed session last night to discuss threatened litigation, and there's no reportable action at this time.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is council matters, and this is where members of the council, we all participate in a variety of other committees, commissions, boards, and activities outside of town council meetings. And so any items that are of interest to the rest of the council or the community. And I'll actually start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. On the 19th, I'm sorry, on the 23rd, I met with some members of the Senior Services Committee and also some folks who are working on the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. In the evening, I participated in a Democracy Tent interview. It was very interesting, and they kept me on my toes. Then on the 28th, I again met with some citizens concerning senior services. And then I guess I met, well, in closed session, yeah. So that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you all for being here tonight. It's always exciting to see a packed chamber, and no matter what you're here to speak about or listen to, it's encouraging to see so many people want to participate in the democratic process, so thank you. I'll start with an exciting announcement. Today, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to expand the TRUST program to the West Valley, which includes Los Gatos. And so the TRUST program, it stands for the Trusted Response Urgent Support Team, and it's a program to respond to mental health or substance abuse crises with a social services professional rather than traditional law enforcement response. And it's a really neat model. It's been explored in a lot of other cities, and I'm excited to see that here. Along with Mayor Risto, I attended the Dave's Avenue Culture Fair, which celebrated many cultures and the diversity of the students at Dave's and in Los Gatos more generally. And I learned a lot from these students who had been to countries that I had never been to and cultures that I had little knowledge of. So really highlighted the importance of specifically and intentionally celebrating cultures that have historically been left out of the conversation. So really enjoyed that. Along with Councilmember Rennie and Vice Mayor Badami, I had the honor of judging in the morning Rotary speech contest, and we had some really, really great speakers, so that was really neat. With Mayor Risto, I participated in a meeting with city council members from around the Bay Area put on by the League of California Cities titled Beyond the Housing Element, Resources, Ideas, and Lessons for What's Next. And this was a really good experience, good opportunity to talk with both kind of experts in housing who work professionally in housing, and then also city council members from all different cities around the Bay Area to kind of hear where they're at in the process and how it's going for them. And it was interesting for me to hear from council members from cities who have had their housing elements certified and have council members who've had their housing elements rejected, and kind of what the differences in their housing elements were, and kind of what their different affordable housing approaches are. Along with Mayor Risto, I attended the New Moo Art Now premiere, which was amazing. If you get the chance, you can head upstairs sometime in the next few months. There's an incredible exhibit called Art Now. It's highlighting student art, and the first time, this is not a joke, the first time I went there, I did not realize that it was a student art competition. I just thought it was professional art, and it is truly incredible. It's all high schoolers, and yeah, it's really, really incredible. I attended the West Valley Community Services Chefs of Compassion dinner, which is a really powerful event, and really enjoyed that, getting to hear from recipients of West Valley's work. I became a ham radio operator through some of our certs and hams in town, which is like super nerdy, but really, really cool, important for emergency preparedness. And then I met with the staff and representatives from either the staff or representatives for our state legislature and also Congress to understand their legislative priorities for the next session as we talk about our legislative priorities here. I think it's important for us to know what their priorities were. And it was a really, really enlightening to hear from all of them. They're working on a lot of really good legislation, a lot of which impacts us here in Los Gatos. And they also control millions and millions of dollars. So it's important for us to partner, and I think we can do more of that moving forward. My last thing is tomorrow I'm holding my my monthly council member community coffee at Los Gatos Roasting Company from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. And so if you would like to sit down for 10, 15 minutes and have a conversation about anything, please come out. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. On March 22nd, I attended the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting along with Ms. Prevetti. Chief Field was also in attendance, providing an excellent presentation on concealed weapon process and gun safety public outreach, so thank you. On March 28th, as the council liaison, I attended the meeting of the Community Health and Senior Services Committee. Discussion centered on implementation of our newly adopted senior roadmap. On March 29th, I also attended the Los Gatos Morning Rotary meeting as a judge for the Richard D. King speech contest. Councilmember Moore and Rennie were also in attendance, and we were privileged in evaluating speeches of 3 high school students. It was very impressive. And on April 3rd, yesterday, I was honored to meet with Senator Josh Becker, along with the mayor and town manager, and I'll allow the mayor to further brief us on a rather successful meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Beyond items already mentioned, I have nothing of significance to report.
Sorry, you were busy, but you got called last. So, in addition to items that were already mentioned, I attended and listened to some of the other commission meetings. Interesting to know what's going on. I attended the Kiwanis Volunteer Fair. And one of the things I would say is, for people that in this community that are looking for ways to volunteer, we'll have some organizations speaking later tonight, but we also have service organizations, and there are so many opportunities. Even if you don't want to join the service organization, they've got activities where they need other volunteers. So, this is what makes a community, our volunteer efforts. Last Friday, I had lunch. There's a group of women that are present and former electeds from Santa Clara County in a variety of offices. And we meet for lunch on the 5th Friday. So there's a couple of those a year. We met in Los Altos at the new Los Altos Community Center, which is absolutely gorgeous and inspiring. But what is really great is to talk to people that have, some people that are in their 3rd month of being in office and others who have served for over 30 years and talked about, the wisdom you gain and mining your experience, and are just amazing resources to me and the other women in office. So that really filled my bucket, and I need those kind of events sometimes. yesterday, actually earlier the week, I met with 2 representatives from Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition to talk about options in bike lane formation, how to create protected bike lanes, how to enhance a community while you make life safer for all users. As mentioned by the vice mayor, yesterday the town manager and the vice mayor and I met with State Senator Josh Becker, basically to talk about areas of collaboration and mutual interest for legislation. And top of my list was the pilot program that a variety of cities, including San Jose, want for automated speed cameras to be another tool for us for traffic calming. And then, let's see. Yeah, a couple other things were mentioned. Oh, and then finally, I just want to thank all the people who wrote to me and sent me letters, hoping that I was feeling better, because I was remote on our last meeting, and I am feeling better. So thank you. Okay, now our next item is our consent. Oh, I'm sorry. More important than that, manager matters.
Thank you. Just a couple of announcements, and good evening, everyone. In addition to April being Poetry Month, it is also Keep Los Gatos Beautiful Month. And we have a series of activities and promotions that people will be seeing throughout the month of April. And we encourage everyone to contribute to keeping Los Gatos beautiful. And then keeping the theme of sustainability on April 23rd is Spring into Green at 10 o'clock in the morning. It'll go from 10 till about 1 at the park, at Town Plaza Park. We invite everyone to come. We've got a lot of great fun activities, and many of our community partners will be joining us. So we will continue to celebrate April in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of great events. Okay, next on the agenda, now that I'm not skipping items, is our consent calendar. So the consent items are typically fairly straightforward items that are not expected to be controversial and can be passed by a single motion. That said, anyone in the community can come up and speak on any or all items on the consent calendar. I don't have any cards for the consent calendar. I'll look onto Zoom. I don't see any hands raised. Any council members have any comments or want to pull an item? Okay, I don't see anything from Councilmember Hudes. I need to pay attention to the screen as well. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Nobody's hands up, so I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve consent items 1 through 4.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councilmember Moore?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I don't see any hands up for comments, so I'll call the question. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, we have to do a roll call vote because of remote participation. Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Aye.
Mayor Risto?
Aye. Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move to verbal communications. This is the portion of the meeting where you can address the council on any item that's not on the agenda but is before the purview of the work we do, the actions we can take. I do have some cards here. I don't have any hands on Zoom, and I'm going to go to the room first. So I'll be calling Blake Thornberry.
Thank you, everyone, for having us. It's with great sadness that I'm here again for yet another tragedy on Blossom Hill Road. I don't know how many other people are here with me, but if you are, maybe you could kindly raise your hand. Thank you all for coming out and joining. Thanks also to the town council as well for those of you that reached out with words of advice. But most importantly, I just want to offer my deepest condolences to the family of Talimi and the terrible tragedy that, and the sadness that they're all experiencing right now. So it hasn't been, 3 months since I was last here. So I'm not going to go over again all of the dangers that we know to exist on Blossom Hill Road. I do believe that every single one of you recognizes the dangers that exist and the urgency in getting something done fast or implemented quickly. There's no shortages of solutions. I think that would be applicable to Blossom Hill Road. But if I could humbly suggest maybe just one approach, and that might be to follow what was done on, Winchester Boulevard, where the first step is kind of repainting, and maybe I'm naive, but seems like that would be a kind of relatively fast, cheap, and I would think relatively quick or a cheap solution to just get something in soon, and change the driver behavior kind of as the first pass. And then as a second pass would be to install more infrastructure, whether that's stop signs or stop lights or medians, crosswalks. That would also be greatly appreciated. I just want to also just kind of plead and beg you guys. I know there's already a lot in progress with San Jose, but we do need San Jose to join us in this process. So I'm imploring you guys to help us work with San Jose. I know San Jose also has council meetings that we plan to attend as well. I think today we might have missed one. There's another one on the 11th, I believe. So we also plan as citizens to take our message to San Jose as well. So we hope you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thornberry. Does anyone have any questions? It doesn't look like it. Okay, our next speaker is Jessica Thornberry.
Honorable Mayor and Town Council members, my name is Jessica Thornberry, and I'm very proud to be a member of the Bellwood community. I'm here today to share my personal thought and experience with you about the terrible tragedy last week. On a peaceful Sunday, March 26, as I was driving home on Blossom Hill Road as normal, I was struck by a distressing sight. As I crossed Union, I noticed an overwhelming presence of emergency response vehicle near the Lee intersection. I stopped at the traffic light and saw paramedics performing CPR on a woman. Her bare feet was in view. My heart sunk, even though I didn't know her identity. I went to bed that night with a heavy heart, thinking about yet another family who will be unable to sleep soundly tonight and then probably for a while. It wasn't until later that I noticed that I know, it wasn't until later that I discovered that that woman was my neighbor and friend Lee Min Cao. She had hiked with me just a few weeks ago and had been a beloved member of the Bellwood community since 2010. Li Min was a kind and warm person and always have a big smile on her face. During our last hike together in the Gatos Park, we discussed how my husband Blake just now, he organized the neighbor to attend the Los Gatos Town Council meeting like tonight in January to address the safety concern. Li Min was very grateful for the community's effort and was so proud to be a resident of Los Gatos, knowing that her community cared about the safety of its residents. Unfortunately, she's never going to have an opportunity to witness any safety improvements. However, she will not be forgotten as a friend and as a mother of two in this community. I sincerely hope that her tragic passing will have a profound impact on facilitating the discussion of this dangerous and deadly road. It should not take a loss of life to initiate safety planning. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to all the neighbors, friends, and supporters who gathered here today to show their solidarity in the wake of this tragedy. We need to continue to do this in the future at safety meetings, at budget meetings, as well as the San Jose Town Council meeting, and let us work together to ensure that Li Min's loss is not in vain, that we create a safer environment for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thornberry, and I'm sorry for your loss. Our next speaker is Joshua Fang and Shanzang Wang.
I'm the son of Li Ming, and that is my dad. He'll be giving a speech first, and I'll be translating for him.
我的妻子的突然去世让我以及2个孩子的精神上受到巨大打击，不知道如何恢复。还有我们家的狗也死了，女儿也受了伤。我和妻子都是受了洗的基督徒，我们都会按照基督徒的标准要求自己。不管是活着的我，还是死去的爱妻，如果她还在，她肯定也希望我们带着她的回忆，好好的活下去。你先翻这么一段。
My wife's passing had a tremendous impact on my and my 2 kids' spirit, and we do not know how we can recover from that. Our dog passed as well, and my daughter was injured. Me and my wife are both baptized Christians, and we will put ourselves to the standard of Christians, whether me who is alive or my wife who has passed. If she is still here, she would definitely want us to keep her memory and live on.
他还在的时候，经常和我讲 Blossom Hill 这条路有多么危险，从 Brisgate 转弯进 Blues Hill 有多困难。他现在也在这条路上现身了，所以我们遵循他的愿望，也希望政府部门有好的办法管理一下这条路的超速和闯红灯问题，不要再有更多的受害者。妻子的突然离去，对我们这个家庭每个人精神上造成巨大打击，我和孩子们都没有办法入睡。同孩子们一起吃饭，看着餐桌上空空的一个座位，我们都泪水不止。女儿才11岁，非常想念母亲。又在事发现场给我简单描述了一些血腥的场面，我都不敢多问。她说今天不来这里，大概是有心理阴影吧。以后心理如何恢复，我也不知道。妻子对这个家庭在精神上与经济上都付出了巨多。未来我和我的孩子们会往哪里走，我都不确定。不过，我相信我的爱妻曹丽敏在乐园和天堂，也希望她的亲人、2个孩子、我以及她的父母都活得好好的。我们也会尽力遵循她这样的愿望。
When she was still here, she often told me about how dangerous the Blossom Hill Road was and the turn from Gatos to Blossom Hill. Now she has given her life on this road as well. So following her wish, we wish the government officials can have a better way of controlling the overspeeding issue on this road so that there are no more victims of this road. My wife's sudden passing had a tremendous impact on all of us spiritually. Sometimes me and my kids are unable to sleep. When I dine with them and I see the empty chair on the table, sometimes we cannot keep our tears from flowing out. My daughter is only 11 years old and she missed her mom very much. She was also at the scene of the accident and told me briefly of what happened, and I'm afraid to ask more questions. She said she didn't want to come here today, and I'm afraid whether that might be because she might have some trauma, and I'm worried about how she might recover in the future, but I'm not sure how it will go. My wife contributed tremendously spiritually and financially to our family, and I'm not sure where me and my children will go in the future, but I strongly believe that my wife Cao Liming in paradise and heaven would want her family, 2 kids, me and her parents, to live on good, and we will follow her wish to our best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the council, we are devastated for your loss. Our next speaker is Selena Liu.
Hi, I'm Celia. My home is just 5 minutes away from Li Ming's home. I frequently drive down Blossom Hill Road to visit her. I'm sorry. So we have been 10 years as a very good friend. She helped me a lot during my hardest time. And I cannot imagine how she was laying down on the ground with blood all over the place. So we're just 5 minutes away. On a daily basis, I still drive down that road. But this is not a single time I don't think about him. After the accident, I started a GoFund event with Joshua and post a link to the next door. There are also a few other posts direct back to the same event. I don't know how many views the other posts have, but the one I posted received 35,000 views, and it did attract some serious discussion, in which some neighbors did express their concern about the speeding issues for Blossom Hill Road. Some mentioned again the tragedy that happened in January at the beginning of the year. From my experience, whenever I get out of that area, I need to make a left turn to go to the main road. I always have very big struggle to get out of there because the car approaching from each side is so fast. Therefore, very hard for me to navigate into the main traffic. There are a couple of times I'm being very conservative, but I end up blocking a couple of vehicles behind me. So it kind of nerves me out. I have to drive into the main traffic, even though I know it's not a proper time to do so. The accident place is not the same interaction. I remember seeing people, even though it's not the same interaction, but on the same road, I remember seeing people speeding on this road a few times in the daytime. So we do feel it's a concern of the public, especially given that 2 tragedies have happened so frequently in such a short period of time. So after the accident happened, we as a group of people, we had a serious discussion about this. We know nothing we can bring her back. But we do wish her death is for a cause, and I want her to die for a meaningful purpose. And we do suggest that because we understand that it would take a lot of time and considerations to redesign a road, especially a busy one. Changes won't be done in one night, and there's no guarantee that the outcome will always have the expected results. Our adult assault is to ask the city to consider setting up a fund for the victim to help the families through difficult times from a financial perspective. The incident caused a big stir in our Asian community and among people living in the same neighborhood. People donate money and actively reach out to offer their knowledge and expertise to help the family get back on their feet. I got a lot of people, they told me, what I can do, and including how to order meals for the family. And people also transportation services, assistance to the funeral service, and also grief counseling. Those are offered free and also for a long term. I feel so sorry for the family to lose their loved ones. But as a friend, I'm so fortunate to see so many people on their side to try to help this family. But what about some cases without such significant publicity? Because it's only until I experienced this that I realized that so many things need to be dealt with to take care of things left behind. I cannot imagine a family that has to deal with everything by themselves while coping with the pain of losing their loved one. Setting up a fund and letting people with knowledge manage it would help a grieving family go a long way. Yeah, so that's the end of my speech.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. Our next speaker is Gavin Liu.
Yeah, first, thank you everyone for hard working, serving the community, and giving us a chance to speak. So I just have 2 points I want to follow up with. They already said. I'm a friend of Li Min and Shun Xiang as well. So the first one, we need to take some action. We also mentioned speed camera. I think that's be a very good way we can to capture all those speeding, and capture the car plate, and we can send a ticket. So we can impose a higher speed violation fine for this Blossom Hill Road, and also put signs there like under speed camera and such amount of fine for speeding here. So I think that could help to reduce those violations. That's the first point. Second one, I know that's it's kind of often child, for that part of the road, partly owned by us, partly owned by San Jose. Is there possible we can form a joint committee between San Jose and us, and then push, move this project forward? Otherwise, probably, I know you already take action to put some budget increase, help the safety here, but we didn't see any action from San Jose yet. So yeah, if we can, help to push to have a joint committee, and then probably that's better for this effort. And the last one, so we will go to San Jose to join their council meeting as well to help you to push, to make the, the road more safer. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Eva Fleischer.
Honorable Mayor and dear council members, thank you for letting me speak. I wanted to speak about also traffic safety improvements in the same section of east side of Blossom Hill, and basically stress the urgency to take action. There are some actions that are low cost and can be done immediately to reduce speed, and some that will take longer term. Before I go on, I wanted to say my deepest condolences to Joshua, your dad, and your sister. I'm so sorry about your loss. Since that night on Sunday, when the tragic traffic occurred, I was thinking very hard on what we can do and what would you do to improve safety, and I came up with a list of 10, and now I just added an 11th idea on how to, what improvements can be made. I have a table here. I'd like to submit this to the council, but I'll quickly read so that you get an idea of what I've been thinking about, and I'm sure some of you have thought about the same thing. So these are not necessarily things that all would be done, but something that we could start working on. So number one is temporary speed sensors and displays, just right in the middle of the road where it sometimes happens when accident occurs. That would be a temporary thing. Number two is speed limit signs on Blossom Hill. There's only one basically in that section of the road. I drove a few times, and one is obstructed by a tree, so you cannot really see it. So those need to be made bigger, more visible, and more of them. Number three, consider reducing the maximum speed limit to 25 miles per hour. Number four, permanent speed sensor and display, like we have on this other section of Blossom Hill, between Union and Los Gatos Boulevard. Number five, pedestrian islands in the crosswalk. Number six, additional signage and possibly flashing yellow lights on crosswalk when pedestrian press a signal to cross the street. Number seven, speed bumps or speed humps. I'm not sure that's very effective on this busy street, but I added it in. Number eight, that would be long-term idea is to maybe more costly, make that street 2-lane instead of 4-lane, all the way between Union and Camden. And number 9 would be to consider the a roundabout in the intersection between Los Gatos, Blossom Hill and Lee. And number 10 would be add more speed enforcement, so presence of police. And number 11 would be to add cameras for detection of violators of speed.
Okay, thank you. And you can submit that to the clerk and it'll be shared with us. Our next speaker is Lindley.
Thank you for letting me speak, and I want to express my condolences to the family. I know what it's like to have someone taken from you very quickly. I'm very sorry. I wanted to speak tonight about the Communist Party USA. The CPUSA is America's oldest and most influential Marxist-Leninist organization. It was founded in 1919, and its constitution states it is the party of and for the U.S. working class. Completely subservient to the Soviet Union up until the 1990s, CPUSA is now loyal to China and an international network, including the Communist parties of Canada, Ireland, Australia, Iran, Venezuela, Brazil, Peru, Colombia, Poland, Cyprus, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Turkey, Laos, Vietnam, India, and the Russian Federation. According to Houston CPUSA leader Bernard Sampson, we aren't like other parties. We are a party dedicated to the overthrow of the capitalist class in this country. The propaganda against us is not the same as it is for others, and so reactions are different and can carry more severe consequences. We should be open when and where we can, but if you have to ask, it might be better to not disclose your membership. In a January 24th, 2018 article on the CPUSA website, then party chairman John Bochtel wrote, "Most members of the Communist Party USA are involved in their communities and in a range of labor, social justice, environmental, and peace organizations. Among the labor activists are trade union leaders and members of central labor councils, retiree organizations, Jobs with Justice, and the Fight for 15. Others are involved in feminist organizations, including Planned Parenthood, defense of abortion clinics, and the new Me Too movement. Many are involved in racial justice groups, including Black Lives Matter and the NAACP, immigrant rights, LGBTQ organizations, and disability rights groups. Members were involved with Bernie Sanders' campaign and are continuing their activism in Our Revolution, Swing Left, Indivisible, which we have here, Working Families Party, statewide groups like the New Virginia Majority, and local Democratic Party groups, and in 2018 electoral campaigns. Several members are elected officials. The CPUSA works with and inside the Democratic Party to the highest levels in several states, particularly in Connecticut, New York, Ohio, Illinois, Missouri, Texas, Florida, Arizona, California, and Washington. Thank you.
Okay, we have no other speaker cards. I should have said this before we had that different comment. To the residents, actually to all the residents of Los Gatos, and especially for the Bel Gatos neighborhood, on behalf of the council and the town, I just want to express our deep condolences. I'm personally devastated. We have prioritized roadway safety, and we were not intending to do that because anyone died. We are doing that to prevent people from dying, and this is just beyond. So, please know that we already took safety seriously. We are partnering with San Jose to look at roadways that we have in common, and unfortunately we have complaints about speeding and unsafe driving throughout the entire town. So given that this is Distracted Driving Month, I would encourage all drivers to take another thought about what you should be doing except looking at the road and looking for vulnerable users. But we will be looking at all options. I mean, both fatalities are still under investigation, but there are things that the town will be partnering with San Jose to look to see what we can do to improve safety for all users. And I hope we never, ever, ever have residents coming here talking to us about another fatality again, and that we can eliminate those risks. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move to item 5, which is introducing an ordinance repealing and replacing the Town Code Chapter 5 bicycles. And I'll turn to our town attorney to take us through that.
Good evening, Council. I will introduce this item to the Council. Electric bikes have become very popular in town. The Youth Commission, in partnership with the town's police department, has taken on the issue of regulating electric bikes in town. The Youth Commission has worked with Chief Field, Officer Milroy, and Jackie Rose of the Police Department. There are members of the Youth Commission present this evening. They've submitted speaker cards, and so they'll be available to speak during the public comment period. The town's ordinance is intended to be layered on top of state law. State law does have some regulations that address the use of e-bikes. The town council received public comment asking about adding a requirement for the use of helmets with e-bikes. Staff's approach was to not duplicate any requirements that are already found in state law. So there's a state law addressing helmets, a state law prohibiting those 16 and under from riding the class 3 e-bikes, which are the very fast e-bikes. And then state law prohibits e-bikes on trails unless it's permitted by the local jurisdiction. The vehicle code also authorizes local jurisdictions to adopt their own regulations so long as they don't conflict with the state law. And so the town's ordinance has provisions that require that riders be no more than 2 abreast. They prohibit trick riding and speeding and the use of e-bikes. And
Report was very clear, so I appreciate that, as usual. Do we have any questions from council members for clarifying this before I move to public comment? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go to public comment. And I have 2 cards for people in the room. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Kama Namami. Kemban. I'm bad at reading handwriting.
Cameron.
Cameron.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an R. Thank you.
Hi there. Good afternoon, members of the council and public in attendance. My name is Cameron Amami. I am a resident of Los Gatos, as well as the Los Gatos Youth Commission Vice Chair. I'm here today to express my support for the Bicycles and Regulated Mobility Devices Amendment. Now, looking at our streets and sidewalks, it's extremely clear that e-bikes have become prevalent within the town of Los Gatos. They are highly efficient in a smaller town like ours, a green alternative to more traditional means of automated transportation, and help reduce traffic within our town. Unfortunately, a problem has presented itself within the misuse of these e-bikes, specifically among the youth of Los Gatos. Over the past year, there has been many reports of unsafe activity while riding, and moreover, these younger riders who are already putting themselves in harm do not meet the height and weight requirements posted by these e-bike manufacturers. My concern, like that of the police department and many other citizens, lies with the safety of my fellow Los Gatos youth. Across California and the greater United States, there's been multiple incidents of serious injury from e-bike accidents. The Bicycles and Regulated Mobility Devices Amendment is not a sweeping regulation attempting to limit e-bike use, but rather reinforce safe e-bike practices. For the health and safety of Los Gatos citizens, especially our youth, I ask you to please seriously consider this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Next is Taj Shinawala. Our liaison to Complete Streets.
Hello, I'm Taj Chinawala. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for about 11 years. I'm a member of the Los Gatos Youth Commission, and more importantly, I'm a student at Los Gatos High School. Over the past couple of years, I've personally witnessed the increase in e-bike users, especially among students at Los Gatos High School. I'm here to show my support for the Bicycles and Regulated Mobility Device Amendment. So kind of going off of what Cameron said, in research for this ordinance, we conducted significant outreach with many other members around Los Gatos. This included the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, Safe Routes to School, Parks and Public Works, in addition, bike shops and members of the public. Those were significantly bike shops downtown that sell different types of e-bikes. They specifically acknowledge the dangers of the e-bikes that are used a lot around the youth of Los Gatos. So I'd just like to thank you guys for the consideration of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none. I'm not seeing any hands up, and I don't have any other cards, so we'll close public comment and move to discussion among the council. Oh, I'm sorry. You can submit a card. Well, you can come up and speak and turn in a card if you need to speak on this if you'd like to speak on this topic of e-bikes. Oh, we're not there yet. I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, so we're only the topic of the bike ordinance. So I'm closing public comment. And do I have any comments, questions, discussion, motions from my fellow council members? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So this is not questions of the speakers, right? Just
right. Public comment is closed. It's just us.
Yeah, thanks. So just wanted to express my gratitude to the Youth Commission and our town staff for spending the time to think through what it means to regulate e-bikes, and I appreciate the emphasis on safety. One question I did have was, so parks are explicitly called out in this as being completely prohibited, and so I'm wondering what that means. So our parks are completely off limits, even somewhere like Gatos or Novitiate Park, where traditional bikes are allowed. Is that correct?
As drafted, e-bikes would be prohibited in parks unless the rider had the permission of the entity that was in charge of the park.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Vice Mayor.
Unless Councilmember Rennie wanted to comment, I was going to go ahead and make a motion.
I do have a couple questions,
Okay,
I think.
all right, then we'll go to Councilmember Rennie and then back to you.
So the answer to the question was e-bikes wouldn't be allowed, but this seems to read all bikes aren't allowed in parks. Is that correct?
I will check the draft.
I didn't think this was specifically for e-bikes. That's why that sounded funny to me.
Yeah, if I could I read the same thing, and we do have parks that have mountain bike trails in them.
And it also, it seems like there's times when the parks are kind of a way to get from one place to another. Like Live Oak Park, for example, is a very long, thin park that gets you from, Carlton to whatever the other street is. So, for example, a cut through, riding like that seems like it shouldn't necessarily be prohibited.
Yeah, I mean, if I could I don't know if you've found this section, but
I have. Yeah, as drafted, it is prohibited. If the council were interested, the section could be amended to prohibit the use of regulated mobility devices in playgrounds, parks, or school grounds, or the council could strike that section.
If I could weigh in, I don't think bikes should be ridden through playgrounds. And school grounds have their own rules, I believe, where they can post their own signs. So I would just strike park and maybe school grounds, because schools, I'll leave that to your legal interpretation, but schools usually have their own rules posted prohibiting skateboarding or bikes or whatever.
Yeah, if the town wants to have the ability to issue citations, it should appear in the town's ordinance. So the options are to either strike just the word park, or if the town council is not interested in having citations issued on school grounds, we could strike school grounds as well.
Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Moore, and then I have a question about school grounds.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think with that's a super helpful clarification. So how I had thought about this as well was just striking the word parks, and I think that makes it the cleanest. But I'm also open to hearing what you have to say, Mayor.
I was curious if our schools have made complaints or comments, or if there's an issue with students biking in parks where we are not able to issue citations because the school ground says no bikes in this area and people bike and we can't cite. So I'll turn to the chief.
Thank you for that question. Jamie Field, Chief of Police of Los Gatos Police Department. So on school grounds after hours, there does need to be permission to be on the school grounds. So that's regardless of the biking situation. In terms of parks, if that was interested in being removed, that could be absolutely done. We also have to keep in mind that there are parks around our area, such as Vasona Park, which is a county park, that we can't necessarily have influence on with the ordinances, or even up further up into the area here behind us. So we can only cover particular areas, but I think that's kind of the intent that Councilmember Rennie was mentioning in terms of Live Oak Park as well.
Okay, any comments? I mean, I personally would just want to strike the word park from that. Although as somebody who does bike rodeos, we do ride bikes on the school grounds under permission. Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I agree. I think unless there's any other discussion, I'm happy to make a motion on this.
Okay, I think we still have comments from Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, I had one other area under operation on roadway. It basically says you have to ride as close as practical to the right-hand curb or edge of the roadway except under the following situations. It says when overtaking or passing, going in the same direction, and when preparing for a left turn at an intersection, and that's it. There are other examples where you should be in the roadway. Like a good example is Los Gatos Boulevard. If you want to go down and turn right, not left onto Blossom Hill, there's a right turn only lane and there's no bike lane. And I remember being out there with our past Parks and Public Works director, watching people. Our discussion was whether there should be a bike lane. He says, no, they should be taking the lane. And we watched bicycles come down and take the lane as a car would. So I think there's some things missing in the operation on the roadway around those kinds of areas too. Another exception would be if there's sharrows on the street, for example, then bikes are supposed to be able to be in the street. So this seems to be not quite right on the operation on roadway.
Thank you. If I could add on, as somebody who teaches fifth grade bike skills and as somebody who bikes for transportation, I think that language is a little outdated, and it also is misleading because drivers expect cyclists to move over to the side, and when there's not room in a lane to be side by side with a vehicle, it's incumbent upon the cyclist to take the lane. We're actually expected to take the lane so you don't have the illusion as a driver that you can squish the cyclist into the curb or something. So I know that there's a lot of evolving state law around this, but it's always legal for a cyclist to take the lane.
Could you direct me to which section of the ordinance you're looking at?
I'm 5.30.030, operation on roadway.
It's possible that that's the existing ordinance.
You're right, it is the existing
Okay.
one. I was trying to find it
Okay.
back in the...
Okay. And
Okay.
Yeah, the ordinance has been streamlined quite a bit from the earlier version because the earlier version referenced a lot of state law.
And so that portion is not in the current one. When I flip back and forth, it's hard to tell when I've left one ordinance and the other
Right.
because they're right after the another
Right.
here. So if that section is not in there, there is nothing about operating then
That section has been repealed.
which sounds like a good idea. So I'm okay then.
Okay. Okay, good.
Okay, did you have any other comments before we go to a motion? I mean, the new ordinance is so much streamlined. There were so many outdated things in there, so I appreciate all that work, and I'm sorry we went down the wrong rabbit hole. Well, Vice Mayor Badami, did you want to make your motion now?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a motion. I move to introduce an ordinance repealing and replacing Town Code Chapter 5 bicycles with a new Chapter 5 bicycles and regulated mobility devices per attachment 1, striking the word parks.
Do we have that from the correct section? Sebby?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, motion. Oh,
Just for clarification, I just wanted to make sure that was section 5.10.070. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second from Councilmember Moore.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion? I just want to thank the Youth Commission for working on this. I know that it took a while and there's a lot of good work that was done. I think, we're seeing the finished product, but when I look at the old bike ordinance, there are a lot of things that weren't relevant anymore. So it's nice to have this cleaned up. Furthermore, people are always complaining about e-bikes, but there are certain state laws that we bump up against. And, when it comes to safety on e-bikes, I just have to say, parents, think about what you're handing your kid. Most of these kids have enough energy to pedal themselves around. So, that said, I'll call the question and it'll be a roll call vote with our remote participant, Councilmember Hides.
Aye.
Councilmember
Aye.
Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudis?
Aye.
Okay. Vice Mayor Badami?
Aye.
Mayor Risto?
Aye.
And I'll go ahead and read the title of the ordinance. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Los Gatos repealing and replacing Chapter 5 Bicycles of the Town Code with a new Chapter 5 Bicycles and Regulated Mobility Devices and amending Section 23.30.010 exceptions from Articles of Title 23 Streets and Sidewalks to address bicycle racks in the public right-of-way.
Thank you. So we now close that item and we move to our next item, which I'll have our town manager introduce. And, we'd like to welcome our guests. So I'll allow you to do the introductions, manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. This evening, we are grateful to have our partners with our faith community to be joining us. We have Sue Ahmadian joining us. She'll be sitting next to me. Joe Greiner with St. Luke's. We have Marna Taylor with the Los Gatos United Methodist, and Ed Lozawicki also with St. Vincent de Paul. As you recall, in January, the council did its strategic priorities and identified support for our unhoused residents as one of the priorities for the next 2 years. And then in February, council allocated $25,000 of our American Rescue Plan Act dollars to this effort. The staff report and desk item before you outline many of the services that are being provided. And this evening, we wanted to give an opportunity for our local service providers to describe briefly what they do for our community. We are so fortunate to have the generosity and care and compassion that our service providers give. In addition, the staff report outlines other service providers, and we welcome your direction in terms of what more the town of Los Gatos can be doing for our unhoused residents. And with that, I turn it over to our guests.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. I'm Joe Greiner, and I'm the Outreach Director at St. Luke's Los Gatos. I live in Los Gatos. Our outreach program has been going on since the 1980s.
Okay, hold on. Let's make sure the microphone's working. Not so much we will hear you, but you will not be picked up by KCAT.
Oh,
and so we
okay.
need to make
Is
sure
that
that
better?
you...
Am I holding it closer?
Perfect.
I think. In the 1980s, we presented. We gave weekly grocery bags out to our unhoused community then, which was about 20 individuals. And in 2000, we expanded to a full soup kitchen, which we operate every Tuesday morning. And we have up to 16 men and women who are regulars. And then we have a few that come from occasionally. And it's interesting to note that, about half of our folks, I'll call them clients sometimes, have grown up in Los Gatos and have gone to the high school here, and others have lived several to multiple decades in our community. So it is very much their community. These individuals receive, as I said, they continue to receive a weekly grocery bag of healthy food and a full homemade hot meal on Tuesdays, which is prepared by a team of volunteers representing the Los Gatos faith community and other locals and students in the past as well. We average about $200 a week for our grocery bags, which adds up to about $10,000 a year, so it's significant. Our volunteers all pay for their own hot meals that they provide. I would say that we have wonderful donors. Our most generous donor remains the Afternoon Rotary Club, which has contributed now for almost a decade, $7,000 a year as a gift from their annual crab feed. And the Morning Rotary prepares fresh meals regularly. St. Mary's supports us significantly, as does the Lions Club and the Los Gatos High School girls basketball team, who have raised money for 3 years now and done a beautiful job. We also partner with the United Methodist Church on the shower ministry, which we support and think it's wonderful. We also give out basic items filled with backpacks, sleeping bags, tarps, tents, batteries, propane. I want you to know the reality here, and clothing. And food and Happy Dragon vouchers are offered periodically. And many of our clients have their mail delivered at St. Luke's. We're highly appreciative of the service of the town that the town police provide. Officer Riley Frizzell and Detective Sergeant Bill Hoyt regularly attend our Tuesday meetings and know our clients well. They are there to support both the service and both all those attending, and they are invaluable. Most of our unhoused are cooperative and grateful to have good relationships with the volunteers as well as the police, who serve with generosity and goodwill. Our local unhoused have expressed a strong need for a public, accessible bathroom, as well as motel vouchers during the very challenging times that we've had recently, the storms. Several of our older folks have had severe bouts of hypothermia. So therefore, St. Luke's strongly supports Councilman Rob Moore's proposal, which he will present later, for our unhoused. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marna Taylor, and as a member of the Los Gatos United Methodist Church for the past 25 years, I'm pleased to share information with all of you tonight about our shower ministry, which I coordinate. Located on Church Street in downtown, this ministry is served by an amazing team of 8 to 10 volunteers, including many of us who volunteered since the ministry's start, and several who are here tonight. Consequently, we've gotten to know many of our regular clients quite well and are deeply concerned about their personal safety and health as they endure living outside in the elements. The shower center and bathrooms are open every Thursday from 2 to 4 p.m. with 8 to 12 residents attending each week. Many of the residents have been attending since 2015 and are familiar with the processes and rules that have been set. New clients are given rules and expectations at their initial visits also. The shower center includes 2 separate showers, 2 separate bathrooms with several stalls each, which clients have access to. Every Thursday, 2 volunteers are on hand to greet clients and provide everyone with a clean towel, shower supplies, and a new pair of underwear and socks. Clients also receive a freshly packed bag lunch and drink provided by our volunteers. St. Vincent de Paul is on hand every other week to dispense the much-needed shower laundry vouchers you'll hear about in a minute. Towels are washed each week by volunteers, and showers and bathrooms are cleaned professionally. Financial support from the town for a generous amount of the cleaning of the showers began during the pandemic. Without your help, we could not have been able to safely keep the showers and bathrooms open, so thank you for that. Shower cleaning costs $150 a week. We raise another $3,000 to $5,000 a year from our church members for purchasing supplies, socks and underwears, and volunteers personally spend between $50 to $125 a week for the lunches for the clients. We work closely with Joe Greiner from St. Luke's, St. Vincent de Paul, Kathy Malernich at the Nutrition Center on our church campus, and the Los Gatos Police Department to share concerns and questions regarding our unhoused residents. We are in full support of the proposal by Councilman Moore that will provide essential services for the unhoused, including public restrooms, vouchers for shelter, and continued funding for the cleaning of the showers. Thank you.
Thanks, Marna. Good evening, Mayor Risto, Vice Mayor Badami, and council members. My name is Ed Lozowicki. I've lived in Los Gatos for 40 years plus. My kids have gone to school here. We very much love our community and town. I'm here as a representative of the St. Vincent de Paul Society, and in particular the local chapter at St. Mary's Church. St. Vincent de Paul is an international nonprofit association. It's not part of the church, but it's affiliated with the church. It's entirely self-funded from donations and the work of many, many volunteers. Here in Los Gatos, there are about 25 to 30 of us that provide services. Our mission is to serve the poor and needy in our community. We've done that since 1965 in Los Gatos. We serve seniors, low-income families, as well as the unhoused population of our town. We do that by providing them with rental assistance to avoid evictions, pay utility bills from PG&E, gasoline. Many of these folks, not many, but several of these folks live in their cars. They literally live in their cars. And we provide clothing at Happy Dragging, laundry vouchers in conjunction with Marna's organization at United Methodist, and supplies to St. Luke's too. So we're very much in partnership with St. Luke's and United Methodist. They both do wonderful work for the unhoused. Many of these unhoused residents, as Joe mentioned, grew up and went to school in Los Gatos. They're very much residents of our town. They are not transients. I know this because I've been doing outreach work with them for 15 years, and I keep seeing the same folks pretty much every year. Many of them have mental health issues or are physically disabled and can't work. So they really rely on the charity of others to handle their essential needs. The key needs of the unhoused, and we've had focus groups with those folks to determine what they think the needs are, our clients. Their key needs are restrooms. There are no public restrooms in Los Gatos. They need restrooms around the clock. They would like to have showers continue on a regular basis at United Methodist. Cleaning of those showers, due to the kindness of the town council, has been able to facilitate the cleaning of the showers. That should continue. And as we know now from the recent disastrous storms that coursed through our community the last 3 months, they need temporary shelter when there's disasters like that. There are no shelters in Los Gatos. The nearest shelter, which is run by the city of San Jose, is on Union Avenue up past Camden. It's not easy to get to, and VTA has not made it any easier because they don't provide vouchers. So we would very much like to see a means for temporary shelters for the unhoused during emergencies like the storms and floods that occur. Who knows, it could be an earthquake, but these folks don't have a place to stay. To give an example of how bad it can get, during one of the storms in January, one of the unhoused folks that we see regularly was found in a tree 15 feet off the ground because of the flooding Los Gatos Creek. He was there for 10 hours protecting his kittens, his pets. Couldn't get down because of the floodwaters. So it's a bad situation when things like this happen. It would be wonderful to have temporary shelters available. As volunteers, we can only do so much. We don't have shelters. The town, we've conferred with town staff. Thank you, Laurel, for coordinating with us to try and identify town facilities. The town does not have facilities that can act as a regular shelter. So we think the least cost option would be to provide vouchers that would allow the unhoused to stay in a motel in the town during disasters and emergencies. So we fully support the proposal by Councilmember Moore to provide additional funding in additional to the $25,000 that has already been recommended by the town for restrooms, the showers, and temporary facilities at motels during disasters. So I'd be happy to answer any questions from the council, as would Joe or Marna.
Okay, and I have a question. Sue, are you going to be speaking? Okay, so you've brought the group together. Okay, thank you. So, council members, our panel is available for questions, comments, and then if not, we'll move to verbal communications and then circle back. So, council member Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank you all for the work that you've done over the decades. You all have been doing this work for longer than any of us have served on the council, and so it's really incredible. You're doing the work of what in many other communities are paid service providers, large multi-million-dollar nonprofit organizations, and you're doing that in our community. So thank you. One question I had, because we've had a number of different kind of thoughts on what the number of folks that you would estimate are currently experiencing homelessness in Los Gatos. And I know it's hard to nail that down, but any sort of estimate that you have?
I would say we've talked about this quite a bit. 16 to 18.
I would say 16 core.
And then there's
Core group, and then we have outliers.
there's a couple.
Ms. Grainer, if you can use the microphone when you answer, just so we can make sure everything is recorded. Thank you.
I'd say we have 16 in our core group, and then we would have additional outliers from time to time. Would you agree with that, Marna? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I see Councilmember Hudes has his hand up. So I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't see you earlier.
No problem. Just one question. I wonder if any of you have experience with vouchers or paying for motel rooms through contributions or through other ways?
Well, we did have one recent experience, Councilmember Hudes, in that one of the regular unhoused folks in town who has trouble caring for himself was severely beaten back in January, wound up in the ER at Good Samaritan Hospital. And through the good graces of United Methodist, was taken to the hospital, received care there. He was, when I met him right after he was discharged, he was black and blue all over. One of his eyes was shut. We don't know who did this. It was crime, basically. And he didn't know who did it because he was attacked in the middle of the night while he was sleeping in his tent. So we, St. Vincent de Paul then, negotiated with a local hotel in town to provide a hotel room for him until he recovered somewhat. So he was in the hotel for a week. Right. And we paid for it out of our budgets, and we also provided him with 3 square meals a day. So
thank you.
That's the most recent voucher experience. It wasn't a voucher, it was just a direct payment.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your question right now, Councilmember Hudes?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll keep my eye out for your hand. Okay, Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So I'm trying to pin down the number because it seems like it moves of the unhoused residents, and it could be more, it could be less. But I heard Ms. Taylor mention that only 8 to 12 residents at the most shower. So are you suggesting that half of them don't even want to take advantage of the showering that we offer currently?
Not necessarily. They may have other places they can shower. They may have gotten a hotel room, have access to a friend at a hotel room. They may have a friend who gives them a shower. A couple people do have memberships at athletic clubs that they've gotten through Medicare, because there's a special Medicare, I don't know, it's a voucher, Medicare offers that they will reimburse you or pay for athletic club membership. And so there are a couple over 65 who have taken advantage of that. So that's mostly it. I would say there are very few who don't shower at all in any capacity, although occasionally there may be some who have such mental health issues that they're not showering. So, but that is a rare occurrence, I think. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and then with the ask for the portable toilets, who would be responsible for maintaining and cleaning those?
I have one question. We are going to go to public comments still. So go ahead. I just don't want to get so much. I'm fine going through all this, but then we have public comment and then we'll be asking more questions. But go ahead and answer that question. But if we have deeper questions, thank you.
My understanding is that the way these porta potties work is that you hire a maintenance service that takes care of them every 2 weeks or 3 weeks, cleans them out and so forth.
Thank you.
I guess I do have a question about vouchers, and that is, given the one-off situation where you were able, with negotiating with the hotel, to house one of our unhoused residents for a week at a hotel, what would be the capacity for vouchers if, for example, there were an event and suddenly 16 of our unhoused residents needed to be put up at a hotel? What if there aren't the rooms for that? Or do we have an agreement that they would take more than 1 or 2 people a year? I'm just wondering.
Well, we know it's a good question, and to be honest, I think the details of how a voucher plan would work need to be worked out with town staff. But in general, we know that there's one motel in town that does accommodate people in distress, not only the unfortunate fellow that I mentioned, but there was another unhoused gentleman who had surgery and needed temporary accommodations. So he was able to get a room at the same hotel. I don't know what the total hotel capacity is in town. So that's something that would have to be worked out with staff, I think.
Okay. And Sue has her hand up.
Sorry.
Yeah, in the
Hold on.
past, St. Vincent de Paul's had an account with, for instance, Motel 6 for a discounted rate. I don't know the answer to your question, but we could maybe set up accounts with multiple hotels through the town to get a discounted rate. You know, I don't know how a voucher program would work as well, but I know we used to have that at one time. And St. Vincent de Paul does put people up in hotels, not just the event they're talking about. We have throughout the years unhoused people for various reasons, or the working poor for various reasons. So we don't go through a year without putting, I'm just guessing, 2 to 3 people up in a hotel at least, usually a town hotel.
Okay. And Marna, and then I think we'll go to public comment and then we'll get deeper into these.
Just to add one more comment about the numbers. We really doubt that many 16 to 18 would show up to get temporary housing. In circumstances like this, people disappear, they go other places sometimes, they temporarily stay with somebody who, under an emergency situation, they can stay with. So the chances of it being that many folks is really low. However, we've never done this before, so we're not entirely sure of the max, but it would be very strange for it to be 16 to 18 people needing housing in an emergency basis.
Okay, thank you. I think what I'd like to do is open it to public comment. As the public speaks, if they bring up questions, what we'll do is track them, and then at the end of public comment, we'll address those questions as a group and then further discussion with the council. So the first speaker I have is Jeffrey Suzuki.
Good evening, everyone. First, I'd like to take a moment to thank you all for all of your hard work and time. It is truly commendable. When it comes to this item, it is certainly necessary to talk about the amount of resources that are being put to supporting the homeless population. To put in perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps after my public comment, but we spent roughly $200,000 on KCAT. And this doesn't come close to even approaching half of what we would spend on supporting the homeless in Los Gatos. What does that say about us? Considering that we're in a housing crisis that is increasingly getting worse over time, and you'll probably be seeing people my age, a little bit older, out there on the streets in increasing numbers, and that we are confronting a worsening economic situation over time, I think that it is prudent to invest more resources as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. We'll move to Alan Bayless.
Mayor Risto, my main concern is that there's 3 different housing scenarios, not just the ADUs, but maybe something on the outlying area like what we had back in the 80s where you would have a halfway house. A lot of these people have an innate feral attitude where they actually resist housing. I have that because I like being outside with my cat. If it could be addressed, like the gentleman in black said, it's not going to get better, it's going to get worse. This is a generation that has an attitude. This isn't the generation that me and Rob Runny grew up around. If I had an attitude, I would check myself. This woke generation is potentially violent and strange, like the gentleman that ended up in the hospital because someone attacked him. I would like to see a segregation of those who maybe go through a psych eval that can get into these halfway houses because they have the means of self-respect for others and themselves to maintain. Otherwise, these people will go into these ADUs, like there's a young lady I know, and she's just leaving and coming back out. It needs to be addressed in a more realistic, aggressive manner, or it'll just continue along partisan lines and not addressed by someone who's maybe a psychiatrist or a psychologist. I just hope that there's different avenues of approach in housing people and not just one section of housing. Matt Mahan is against the SB 31 criminalizing homelessness. He wants to see abatement kept in action because he thinks that it's just a too aggressive approach to criminalize the homeless like they do in San Jose. They're citing people for being outside. So it's a complex issue that my feeling, like I said to Rob, is not just going to be addressed in one mode of thinking. That's what I wanted to get across.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Kylie Clark.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Thank you so much for taking the time to discuss this important issue. My name's Kylie Clark, and I'm the Assistant Manager of Advocacy and Public Policy at West Valley Community Services. I'm also a Los Gatos Planning Commissioner, but I'm not speaking in that capacity this evening. I've had the honor and the privilege of getting to know many of our unhoused community members over the past few years, and it's incredibly encouraging to see Los Gatos making tangible investments to help our most vulnerable community members. The main point that I want to get across to you tonight is this. Many of our unhoused residents have lived here their entire lives. They were born and raised in Los Gatos, and they love our town. When I asked why they stay here, one resident said, "We love it here, it's our home." Another said, "It's hard to leave a place where you have all your memories." Just like Los Gatos is an incredibly special place to all of us, it is to them. It is their home. and we need to do everything in our power to make them feel safe and welcome in this home that we all share. Just like we do, most of our unhoused residents plan to stay here, so we can't continue to push this issue under the rug, and we can't do the bare minimum or make small investments. We need to acknowledge that some people living here have infinitely less than we do, and we therefore need to invest more resources in our most vulnerable community members. Other reasons that our unhoused residents listed when asked why they live here is that it is safe and quiet, and they love the music and lights. These are many of the same things that other residents cherish and enjoy about our special town. We aren't all so different. We all want to be safe and feel welcome. We all want to feel like we are valued and contributing members of our community. Some of us just need an extra boost because of the circumstances that life has given us. Please invest additional resources into our unhoused community. $25,000 is wonderful, but it isn't close to enough. This isn't something that we can wait a year or two to solve. We've waited long enough, and every night that we wait, some of our residents are forced to sleep outside in the cold, without a hot meal or a shower, and often without hope. You have the power to change this, and I ask that you make a firm commitment to our unhoused community and by truly investing in their safety and well-being. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. I don't see any hands raised for questions. Our next speaker, and I have a bunch on Zoom. So my last card in the room, and then I'll switch to the computer, is Chris Wiley.
Good evening, and thanks for coming. I myself, in the 90s, was on the Community Service Commission, and we dealt with this situation back then. But one of the key things, and I've written as well a letter in, I'm not going to repeat everything in the letter, but one of the key things we're missing is what has already been given by Salvation Army or Catholic Charities or the county or the state. I realize you have given a lot, both in your heart and finances, but I would like to see what the contributions that have been submitted to the homeless on behalf of those other organizations. We're missing a little bit of what was. It's clearly in my letter about that. It was tragic. This accident came up where someone was killed, actually 2 people on Blossom Hill. Sadly, I had arrived at the second one shortly after it happened. Devastating. I noticed that that group of people did a GoFundMe and raised over $100,000 in 4 days. I don't see anybody working that hard on behalf of the group that you're trying to get money for in any way or form to say, let's run a GoFundMe. KCAT, as you guys know, ran a barbecue, what was it called? The German festivities, Oktoberfest, and raised a ton of money. So I'd like to see what is coming, and it'd be nice to get the homeless involved in that kind of thing so people can get to meet them as they're also possibly serving food in reverse for a fundraiser. But I think that funds that already exist need to be looked at. We were involved in that as a community service commissioner. The people who were responsible for that would go around, visit with San Jose and some of the housing elements that got involved that took people from here and put them in housing over there. I already know that some still who sit here in town every day get on a bus and go back to the housing that's been supplied by San Jose. So I think we're missing all the ingredients to this soup. And once we get them, then we can determine if it's really needed, that it's $100,000. I agree, not just for the homeless. We're missing toilets for everybody in downtown. Bicyclists who come in. You know, it's kind of been put on the restaurants, be nice, but that's not fair to them either. So when it comes to the $70,000 in vouchers for hotels, I think we have to look at what exists at the county and state before we do that, and other organizations like Salvation Army and Catholic Charities. Good luck. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Wiley. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. Okay, I will now move to our members on Zoom. Our first speaker is Ali Miano. You can unmute yourself and speak.
Okay, thank you for taking my comment. So yes, although I'm a complete streets and transportation commissioner, I speak this evening as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition and in my own behalf as a Los Gatos resident for over 50 years. And first, I want to extend my condolences to the family who lost their mother on Blossom Hill. We need to do all we can to make our streets safer. I'm in full agreement with you. And second, I want to thank all the volunteers for the homeless who spoke tonight and their colleagues for the wonderful work that they do. The last gentleman who spoke on behalf of St. Vincent de Paul, I think said it so well when he said, they rely on the charity of others. That really struck me. They rely on the charity of others. Charity. Why has the issue of homelessness been an object only, or at least mainly, of charity? Why is government not more involved? It's just unconscionable to me, and it says a lot about our society and our town that we have people sleeping in cars and bushes while two of our old museums are vacant and at times have served as unofficial shelters for the homeless. Why not make them official shelters? One is right down the street from me. I would welcome it. A dear friend of mine manages a homeless shelter in San Rafael. Their families get meals, mental health support, job assistance, and permanent housing assistance. Why can't Los Gatos be a bit more like San Rafael? Why must all our approaches rely on piecemeal provisions and charity? We need a comprehensive plan. We need to work with local cities and Bay Area cities and find out what's working and what's not, and really work on a solution. Piecemeal Band-Aids are fine in the short run, but we need something in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miano. I don't see anyone with their hand raised for questions. Our next speaker is Ray Bramson.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Ray Bramson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home. Destination Home is a public-private partnership focused on ending homelessness here in Santa Clara County. I want to just begin by thanking the Town Council for your long-standing support of the issues related to homelessness and the unhoused population in your community. In 2021, your council unanimously voted to support the Community Plan to End Homelessness, which is a county-wide plan, which focuses on a range of activities and interventions to permanently house people and to prevent families from ending up on the street in the first place. The work you've done by reaffirming that and creating a strategic priority specifically around focused on unhoused residents all represents the type of work we love to see in the community. I'm definitely here to strongly support the proposal by Councilmember Rob Moore tonight to add additional funds, but I would like to say that I see these great organizations that you have working up here, and I don't believe that the town of Los Gatos needs to be alone in this effort. I think given the fact that you're already willing to commit resources and commit time and energy to this initiative, Destination Home does provide capacity building funds and unrestricted funding to towns just like Los Gatos and Santa Clara County that are working on these issues. We'd love to partner with you further if you're interested in diving deeper. And I heard discussion of a voucher program, and organizations like the county's Office of Supportive Housing have just administered hotel voucher programs for thousands and thousands of residents. So I think there's some best practice learning that could happen as well. We'd love the opportunity to convene, come together and work with you and see what we can do for the great work that you're doing and continuing it on in the future. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Ramson. Do we have any questions for him? Okay, thank you. Our next speaker, I need my glasses, Clee.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kinsey Lee, and I'm speaking tonight in association with the Los Gatos Anti-Racist Coalition. I would like to voice my support for Councilmember Moore's proposal to allocate more ARPA funds in support of the unhoused population in Los Gatos. This past winter of flood warnings and windstorms highlighted the importance of shelter and basic amenities for everyone to meet. I'm grateful to the local organizations that stepped up to assist our unhoused residents and want to stand in allegiance with said orgs in advocating for additional ARPA funding towards this issue. The breakdown of investments supporting the unhoused in Councilmember Moore's memorandum is straightforward and addresses some of the most pressing problems of homelessness in our community. As a resident of Los Gatos, I want this town to be a place where we help our fellow neighbors. More funding for the unhoused is fundamental to such a community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it looks like we have one last speaker on Zoom, Nika Sabori. You should be able to unmute yourself. Looks like you're unmuted. We can't hear you, Nika. Are you speaking? I don't have any other hands raised. Nika, you appear to be unmuted, but we cannot hear you at all. I'll give it another couple seconds. I don't know what to do. All right, I'm not sure what's wrong, but we cannot hear Nika, and that is our last speaker. So I'm going to close public comment. I'm sorry about that. All right, so we'll close public comment and now move to discussion among council members. We have questions for our panelists, for our staff, comments to make. Councilmember Moore, Rennie.
One of the Robs, anyway. Right? I'll start off, put something out there for discussion. So, the first thing I think about is our financial situation going forward. We have forecasts showing we're going to have trouble closing our budgets in the future. I want to make sure that we use the most effective use of our funds. And when I look at this proposal, parts of it I think are really good and effective. I like the idea of the showers and getting permanent restrooms built. I think these are all good, effective things. I worry about this much money on vouchers at this point in the year. The calendar winter is already past us, so the worst is past us. And if we spend this much money now, it's not going to be available next winter when it's really needed. I would prefer to see a more strategic plan for use of these funds. Spending $150 per night per person feels like, quite frankly, flushing money down the toilet really quickly. It's kind of a stopgap that I could see being needed in the cold of the winter. Instead, I would prefer us to work on some kind of plan, and I can throw out some ideas. Look at for ways that we can partner with some of our fellow West Valley cities to come up with effective solutions that don't cost $150 per person per night, kind of thing. A lot of what Ms. Miano said actually resonated with me. What is our long-term plan for this? What's working elsewhere? And I also like the idea of using something like Forbes Mill, the old Forbes Mill Museum. $70,000 probably could put that a long ways towards being an emergency shelter in the winter. That would be kind of a permanent, ongoing thing that we could use. Of course, we'd have to spend a little money to have somebody man it and clean it and take care of it. But that's just, potential idea. We've been trying to rent it for a long time and it's going nowhere. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad idea. But what I'm looking for is something that's going to be more lasting, more effective use of the money versus just quickly kind of flushing $70,000 down the toilet and not having it available when it's most needed potentially next winter. And I think we've got a lot of time to work on a better, more cost-effective solution for next winter when it's more needed. I would say, listening to the stories, there may be some need for some emergency vouchers, but I don't think nearly at that amount. I might suggest, something like $3,000. Sounded like you could get 20 emergency vouchers to get us through. I don't know if more people need surgery or whatever it is, let St. Vincent's de Paul administer it as they see fit. But at this time, I wouldn't be very supportive of just spending $70,000 on vouchers, because I think that it'll be gone and then we won't have anything when we really need it.
Before I go to Councilmember Moore, I just realized, did we have questions that came up in our public comment? I didn't really hear anything specifically that we needed to answer. Okay. Yeah, I just realized I was planning after public comment to...
Regarding the 150, I'm not disagreeing with you. Forbes Mill would be fantastic. We've talked about that before. But the local, well, actually, I'm just going to say it was the Garden Inn, and they're wonderful people there. And they gave us a rate of 70, they're normally 140 or 50. They gave us a rate of 75 and would continue to do so, they said, should we use them. But I just wanted to clarify that. But I love your Forbes Mill idea.
So just to supplement that, if I may, I read the proposal for the additional funding of $70,000 to be a maximum. I doubt very much we would use that much, and I don't see a voucher system a situation where vouchers would just be handed out willy-nilly to people any time of the year. They would be handed out only when there was a true emergency and a need for them. But the details of doing that, I think, would need to be worked out with town staff. So I don't think there's any, just my personal opinion, magic to the $70,000 number.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the manager for a second because I wasn't sure what we heard.
Thank you. There were a couple of questions, such as why not town properties such as Tapes or Forbes Mill, and I just want to remind the council that we are in a long-term lease, and we've given our lessee another year to find tenants. So this might be an opportunity in the future, but in the immediate term, we are under an agreement with that tenant. And then questions about what happened in the 1990s with respect to Catholic Charities and other organizations. We would have to do that research. I'm sorry, I don't have that data with me tonight.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-on question to Forbes Mill and Tate. In addition to the fact that we are under contract, we have a master lease agreement, I thought part of what was involved with if those properties are going to be rented out, I thought they each needed about $1 million worth of work. I don't know where we stand with that. Are they even habitable when we get to a year from now if we do nothing?
Well, the standards for residential habitation are different than commercial. So at this point, they are considered commercial properties. And we know that Tate, for example, needs significant upgrades to meet the Americans with Disabilities Act. And under the master lease agreement, the master leaseholder would make those improvements and then find a tenant to handle that. So if we're looking at a residential use, the building code has different standards for people living in a building.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll go to Councilmember Moore, and I see Councilmember Huday's hand up. I'll go to him next.
Great, thank you. So I want to respond to a variety of comments. I think these are all good comments, and I think this is the conversation we wanted to have tonight, and this is our first conversation about homelessness. So I'm grateful to everyone for being willing to have this conversation. So I'll start by just sharing a personal experience. I ran a homeless shelter for about 6 months at the county fairgrounds, at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. It was a homeless shelter with about 80 residents. It would flex up to about 100 residents in the worst parts of the year. And I oversaw a staff of about 30 employees. Congregate shelters are really, really, really hard to manage, really unsafe. I've spent a lot of time with our homeless residents. I have not, and I'm sure these people are out there, but I have not heard from a single woman who has spent any duration of time in a congregate shelter that they have not been sexually assaulted. They are very, very unsafe places. And so I think that in addition to all of that, we've also heard from our homeless community that largely they're not super interested in a congregate shelter. And I think that we would be spending, a lot of money on something that might not get used. $70,000 would not open up a congregate shelter, and it would not, it wouldn't staff it. I don't think, I'm hearing we don't have the space or the facilities that have the ability to house folks like that. And so the $70,000 to me is meeting one of the two key needs we've heard from our homeless residents and from our service providers. The need that is meeting is the need for immediate shelter in times of crisis, right? And then the other thing this proposal does is meet the other basic need of hygiene. These are really, really basic needs. And so I think this proposal is probably not going to get a whole lot of folks housed this year, even though that's our ultimate goal. I think what this does do is begin our investment and begin meeting the basic needs of people in our community who are in desperate need of support. And so to me, $70,000, up to $70,000 is an incredible bargain because it's significantly cheaper than any other option out there. $70,000 will get you one tiny home in Santa Clara County. And so, as much as I would in future years like to see investments in longer term and interim solutions, and I think this starts that conversation about how we do interim housing, about how we do temporary housing, about how we do emergency housing, about how we do permanent supportive housing, which are all really important pieces of this pie. I'm not hearing anyone say we should spend the $1 million of ARPA we have on this. So I think that this is the first step in meeting the basic need. I also think that this proposal does two things that I think address some of the concerns that I've heard. One is give the town manager flexibility to work with our providers to see if any of this isn't working and to potentially reallocate funds. And then it also is opening the door to figure out how to make this work. And I think there's lots of ways. When I wrote this, and I didn't specify this because I think this is not necessarily our role, but I think it makes sense to potentially reserve half of this funding for winter months, right? Do not spend this all at the front. But I really think that we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good on this. And right now we have no options for folks. And so I think we need to do something to provide shelter for our homeless residents rather than doing nothing to provide shelter for our homeless residents. And I think this is that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Moore. We'll go to Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. And I agree with the sentiment that we need to do something for our unhoused here in Los Gatos, and that housing is a solution to a lot of things. And it enables people not only to survive a night or two, but to be able to present themselves so that they can get a job or have a place to keep their things. Unfortunately, I think the idea of the vouchers is a challenge to implement. And I was reading about other communities that have programs. Milpitas, for instance, has an emergency motel stay program. It's at a scale, and it has certain elements that are administered by the city. There are requirements in their program that it be for 1 to 3 nights. The stays are administered by the city. They're funded not just by the city, but via grants and donations from local businesses and organizations. the grants and the stays are subject to a social service coordinator or police officer evaluating the situation. And the program participants have to meet the housing and urban development guidelines for very low income. The other thing is that the programs have to be done in such a way that the city or whoever is funding it pays the hotel or motel directly. In no case are vouchers given to program participants. And then you have to deal with the situation of children and pets, and also companions, adult companions. Now, these are all things that are important for a program not to to move forward and not have a major issue come about because of them. So while I think it's a good idea, I think that the town would need to either engage on this or alternatively fund a third party that does this and provides those kinds of steps and services, regarding this. Otherwise, I could see a lot of pitfalls in a program like this. I don't think you can just give vouchers and not also administer a program like this.
Thank you. We'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So contrary to what I heard, we are doing something about it. Less than 6 weeks ago, this town council unanimously allocated $25,000 in ARPA funds to support unhoused residents. This is a first step in addressing the homeless issues, and I think it was a good one. But tripling the amount 42 days later for a total of $100,000, it's beyond our limited resources and duplicates the county's existing emergency shelter program. I actually agree with some of the points that Councilmember Rennie had brought up. We can't fix this as a town. We certainly care. We are taking a first step. But this is a regional, if not state issue that's going to take billions of dollars to fix.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So to address a few of these points. So if we do not if we do not invest in a voucher program, then what we are saying tonight is that we are not going to do anything to shelter our homeless neighbors. And so that is not what I want to do. In terms of the voucher program, the idea, and I think this is clear in the proposal, is that the faith communities who have been working with our homeless neighbors more than any of us will administer this program and decide who is getting this and what the how these vouchers are allocated. And I agree with what Councilmember Huda said, that these should be direct payments, not handing folks money. Also, to touch on the need, we have been lucky that in the past few summers we have had they have been easier than previous summers were. But 2 summers ago we had horrible fires that were arguably worse or just as bad as the rains were for our homeless neighbors. That the smoke and all of that, and also the heat. People die in that heat. And so again, if we don't do this, then we're saying that this summer we're not going to do anything for those folks that are sleeping outside. I think that this investment demonstrates an interest in supporting our neighbors experiencing homelessness, and it also opens up the door to further investment. I think by the town stepping up and providing resources, and we are telling our neighbors like Destination Home, who have only begun these conversations with us because of our discussion of an investment in homelessness resources. There are partners that have expressed an interest in providing case management at potentially no cost to the town. That is like a case. The cost of a case manager over a year would be double the entirety of this proposal. It's north of $150,000 to $200,000, and that is hugely significant. And that proposal, they're only discussing that because of the investment that we are talking about making today. I agree that all of these things need to get worked out, but I believe in our town staff and our experts, our real experts in the community who have been doing this work for a long time to make something that works.
Thank you. I guess, first of all, I just really have deep gratitude and admiration for our representatives here, plus the communities. I mean, I think one of the side benefits of having this conversation tonight is so the entire community can understand how, without asking for recognition, you're getting some recognition for the work you're doing with some of our most vulnerable residents. And I don't think most people have any idea of what has gone on and what has been supplied, not by the town, but by our faith communities. When we first allocated the $25,000, I do feel like, what I like is that we have a lot of programs in place, the showers. And so how can we use town resources to boost that? Should we go to 2 showers a week and use money for that? How do we make sure that the grocery program can continue, and can we enhance that? The request for public restroom came up before this conversation happened, and we really do need a public restroom, but my goodness, it's absolutely essential for our unhoused residents, never mind our visitors. So when I think about ARPA money, I think about it's one-time money. I want to make sure that when we spend it, we do something that goes beyond a one-time need. And so I really want to make sure that we use ARPA money toward getting public restrooms in place. And I would be comfortable using ARPA money to do the bridge. Until we have those public restrooms, let's have porta potties that are maintained on a regular basis. I also think I want to use that funding to increase the showers. I think at some point we could incorporate that into our budget, but I think, assuming you had the volunteers and the ask is 2 days a week, I think we should boost up to that. In terms of the vouchers, I'm not completely opposed to them. What I'm concerned about is we have a limited number of hotels in town, and that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try, but I'm concerned that if suddenly 12 unhoused members need to be at a hotel or motel, and that motel only has 2 rooms for unhoused, or they find out their guests don't want to stay there if there's unhoused members there. I don't know how that will play out. That's not my decision to make. I think we just need to be aware that it may not be possible in the worst of circumstances to house everybody in hotels. I think the vouchers make sense to a limited extent. One concern I have, and then, I'd like to make sure that, we help out with the laundry. One question I had for my fellow council member who sits on the VTA PAC and is an alternate to the board is apparently VTA doesn't take vouchers for transportation. And I'm wondering how we can get to a place where they do, because if our unhoused residents can't use a voucher to just jump on the bus, if they actually have to buy a ticket, that's totally problematic. So I'll drop that assignment to you. But I am, I'm trying to look at what can we do to make sure what we're already doing continues and enhance it. I'm not sure. I mean, it was a big surprise to me to see us go from $25,000 to $100,000. And my biggest concern is that we'd be setting ourselves up for what if we can't do that the following year? That doesn't mean you don't do something good because you can't continue it, but I'd hate to raise expectations, and I want to look at a variety of options. So I'm not sure if I'm ready to move to vouchers at that level, but I definitely am willing to look at all the other asks. And I think we need to partner with our county, and our West Valley mayors and managers meetings have brought up that the West Valley cities are wanting to look at partnering together and potentially having, something like a case manager that would help out, because I think that's one of the most essential things is to make sure that we get, you've been doing case management essentially, but I think we need somebody at more of a county level. Did you have a response for me, Councilmember Rennie?
Sure, a response, and then I have a question for staff. I saw that in an email somewhere about them not accepting vouchers, but I don't understand why whoever's trying to provide a voucher couldn't just get a Clipper card and put money on it. That's effectively a voucher. You give them a Clipper card with money on it. They could bring it back and somebody could put more money on the Clipper card. So that's VTA's system. If you're asking them to take vouchers, now you're asking them to spend a lot more money to try to go outside a system they're trying to create that's efficient for them to operate within. But it seems like we ought to be able to operate within that system. I don't know why we can't just give somebody a Clipper card with some money on it. So then to my question for staff, so when we had originally budgeted $25,000, and I think staff was supposed to be thinking about how do we spend that $25,000, and you brought it back to us and asked us the question instead. What we got from Councilmember Moore was sort of three buckets: shower program, public restrooms, and trash collection, and vouchers. So, for example, the public restrooms and the shower program, if we follow his proposal, is $30,000, so we could add $5,000 to that and move that portion forward. My real question for staff is, have you thought of other things that you wanted to add that might take the money? If we say tonight, let's put all of the 25 plus, let's say 5 to cover those items, have we left something on the table that staff has already been thinking about, or have you not really had much of a chance to think about it? So I'm checking in with staff on this because I didn't see really anything in the report about ideas yet.
Thank you. And you're correct. This was really an initial overview of what is currently being provided. There's still a lot more research that we could clearly do and a lot more partnerships that could be explored. But until we had direction from the council, I didn't want to invest our limited staff resources going down paths that might not be of interest to you. One thing to consider, and I think, between the survey results that our service providers have done with respect to acknowledging the need for restrooms, more showers, and then some kind of emergency shelter, I think that those 3 items were very compelling when we met a few weeks ago to understand what they're hearing from the clients directly. Some number of hotel vouchers, since it has worked in the past, seems like it might be something that we would want to continue to invest in. It would be up to the council in terms of the number and limit. But I think having a tool like that would actually be more viable than setting us down a path of creating an emergency shelter and trying to find an administrator and location, et cetera. That's kind of the classic piece, but I know just with our limited resources that would be a big lift for us in the immediate term. So I think, starting this and then really thinking about doing a plan, I think is a good idea. This issue is with us. We have a lot of great ideas in our housing element. And so there is some potential as we move forward, get that housing plan done, and then start implementation. So I don't want to start off on a new plan just for homelessness, because there is the county plan, there's our own housing element. So I think we need to get our housing element certified, and then we can look at how we can fit all of this together in a cohesive package. But I think you've got a lot of ideas that you've heard this evening from the public speakers as well as from our guests this evening, and staff is very flexible. We have a lot of learning to do in terms of what is the appropriate use for local government and how we can really partner with the county and other local nonprofits. So I appreciate the council taking this first step, and we are here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything else, Councilmember Rennie?
I have an idea for a motion, but it looks like Councilmember Moore wants to speak first.
And I also see Councilmember Huday's hand up. So before we go to a motion, let's make sure we get everybody. Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So just again to kind of recontextualize this, the reason we brought our service providers here today was to listen to our service providers. The number one thing that I have heard from them in conversations in the past weeks and also today is the need for shelter for our homeless residents. I think it's frankly a little bit insulting to bring our homeless folks, have all these focus sessions, bring our service providers in, and then throw out the number one thing that I have heard is a need for shelter. We also have this need for hygiene that I think it sounds like there's some consensus on the hygiene piece, but the need for shelter is immediate. Also, in terms of listening to our service providers, our faith community has indicated that they cannot do showers twice a week. They do not have the capacity to do that, and I think it's the same thing with a shelter, right? We've heard from them that is not possible for them to administer at least in this next year, right? What we have heard that they can administer is a voucher program, and so that is the way right now that we can spend ARPA money, which to kind of contextualize, ARPA money is to support the response and recovery from the COVID-19 emergency. And again, I think homelessness is really an emergency. These people are outside, and when there are a number of folks who have become homeless because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I really think that we have to listen to this need. I would be willing to step down to maybe $50,000, and we do $25,000 for maybe the first half of the year and $25,000 for the winter. But I don't think that we can do, I don't think we can do these other things well without providing some form of shelter. And hotel vouchers are not perfect, but they are the only option that I can see that is feasible for what we can do right now. I don't see another option. And again, we've heard these two needs. We need shelter and we need basic hygiene. And so I would be more than willing to hear any other ideas for how we could spend $50,000 to $70,000 to do some sort of sheltering, but I'm not hearing that. And so I think the best thing we can do for this year is vouchers, and with the understanding that we'll continue this conversation with our providers, with our faith community, with town staff, with the council about what we can do that's a long-term solution, what we can do that's going to support the needs over a longer window. But I also think it's really important to know that we have our nonprofit partners like Destination Home listening to this conversation and thinking about what sort of investment should we make in Los Gatos based on the investment that we in Los Gatos are willing to make in our homeless population. And so I agree that we need a plan, but the thing we really, I think we have to do is right now do something that supports the needs, the number one need of our homeless residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll go to Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I had a question for the town manager. If we were to implement a voucher program of the scale that's been proposed, is the town ready to step up and provide administration along the lines of the Milpitas emergency motel program or others?
Thank you for the question. I have not studied the Milpitas model, so I'm not prepared to speak to it. But from your description, the town does not have the resources to do that administration. One of the proposals that's on the table this evening is working with our partners to see if our partners would be able to administer the vouchers and have the direct pay with our local hoteliers.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie.
So let me start with a motion that may or may not go anywhere, but maybe it's a starting point. Listening and trying to find something that maybe most council members can agree on. I would propose a motion that we currently allocated $25K. Let's increase it to $50K. And we ask staff to figure out a voucher program, and we don't actually spend any money in the voucher program until staff brings back to us the parameters around a voucher program. You know, some of what Councilmember Hudis mentioned, or maybe some other parameters or some ideas, as mentioned, about making sure some amount is saved for next winter. And so instead of just spending money on a program that's not clear at all, I'd rather allocate some money to it now, but before the money gets spent, have staff bring back to us, you know, what's the structure of this program, so we understand exactly. I mean, if we required, normally we give money out as a grant, we'd require a little understanding of how the money was going to be used. So I'd like to see that. You know, I'm okay. You know, my thinking is there's $30,000 in here for the restrooms and the shower program, that those would go forward as part of the motion. And I think as council member, or as the mayor said, you know, while we're waiting for permanent restrooms, we could do something temporary. I'd like staff to continue, you know, I don't see that, I just see the potential. I don't see much just research yet. So continue your research into what's working well other places. How do we better work with potential partners, the county, our nonprofits, other West Valley cities, for example. So that would be my motion.
I'll second the motion. I do have a clarification, though. I would not want to put the burden on our town staff to oversee the voucher program, so it may be that we look into what happens, but the oversight goes to our partners. Manager?
So as I understand the motion, that would be part of the parameters that we would bring back. We would identify who would be the administrator, and then the actual mechanics of how vouchers in the larger sense of, in terms of direct pay or other facilities, how much funds would be set aside for the winter of 23-24, et cetera. So we would definitely come back, and obviously we have further communications to be had beyond this evening.
Okay, I mean, to me, this sounds like a great start. I also want to acknowledge the fact that our police department puts in, it looks like from the report, 20 hours a month directly with our unhoused residents. And so, you know, we are also partners here, and our police department does a lot of outreach and coordination with, you know, with our faith partners. So, you know, we're already in this, and I like the idea of, you know, moving forward at a substantially higher level than what we were originally discussing, $25,000, but seeing where it gets us and trying to figure out how we can continue to move forward from there and see what is going to be sustainable and where we can partner. So with that, I've seconded the motion. Comments, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So the reason for the dollar amount of $70,000, and it's in here, that allows for, if we have 15 unhoused residents who are going to access the vouchers, which is about what we've talked about, they'll have about a month of shelter in a year. If we knock this down to $20,000, let's say we have 10, that's about a little over a week a year, which does not accommodate the need. It simply, if we have another episode, like another winter crisis like we did this season, that does not, a week for the 10 people that are going to use this will not cut it. And so I am totally willing to find a kind of compromise solution on this, but I would like to see that dollar amount increased a bit. And I think, again, I think about this a lot because it's like, what is the ARPA money supposed to be for? I think we've used it on a lot of things, and those are all important things. One speaker mentioned KCAT. KCAT is an incredibly important program. I love the KCAT program, but we're spending on KCAT $1,000 on over $1,000 on every person that participates in that program. And so I really think, and so we would be, this doesn't get close to the investment that we've made in a radio program that is very, very important, but it is not life-saving, and it is not affecting, you know, I don't know. I hate to use KCAP, but I think that it's really important that we invest in things that are for the well-being of our community and what the original intention of this ARPA money was for. So I would like to see at least like $40,000 for this voucher program, and so I would be interested to hear if the maker or seconder would be interested in that. And then one thing that's left out that I think everyone would be agreeable to, two other things that I had in my proposal were referring town staff to begin conversations with the Santa Clara County Office of Supportive Housing and nonprofit partner Destination Home to explore tapping into private dollars and county resources, which will allow the town and these partners to start the conversation about how we can potentially fund a case manager and some of these things that are going to take the next step beyond just meeting the basic needs. So I think that's really important. And then again, I think it's important that we do grant the town manager the flexibility to if this doesn't quite work how we're intending it to, I think that we should allow for some flexibility. And I guess it sounds like that's part of this, but so I think that piece of starting the conversation with the county and Destination Home is important. And then I'm also hoping that we can get a little bit more money to better meet the actual need. Because I think if we're investing, a certain dollar amount, we should be thinking about how many nights a year that means for our homeless residents. And so what does that dollar amount mean? And right now, it's 10 people at a little over a week a year. And that's, to me, not enough. And so I'd like to see us double that investment, not necessarily up to the $70,000, but maybe to $40,000.
Okay, it sounded like part of that was a request for an amendment, though, look at the county? Or was that a friendly, no? Or was that instruction following
Councilmember
on?
Rennie.
So part of my motion was to look at working with the county, which is the Office of Supportive Housing, and the other nonprofits. So I think that's already included in there. Basically we got a report that said, here's things we could do, but none of it's been done. So that's really was my motion, was staff, please keep moving forward. Before I change any dollar numbers, I did want to say that I appreciated Ms. Greiner pointing out that the Garden Inn was $75 a night, because I felt that was a more a reasonable amount to spend, because I know when I drive across the country, I look for motels under $100. And so the homeless are getting more expensive hotels than I use. I was starting to feel like maybe there could be a more effective way to use it. So I did appreciate that. I wanted to add that. I forgot to add that before. But before I change any dollars, I want to hear from some of the other council members. Councilmember Hudis has had his hand up for a while, so I'd like to, I threw out a proposed motion, and I've heard from two of the other council members. Before I make any changes, I'd like to hear from the others.
Sounds like a plan. So we have a motion and a second, and now we'll go to Councilmember Hudis and then the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. When we approved the 25,000, I felt that it's probably not enough, but that we need to start some programs and see how far we get and what we can administer in a way that respects the fact that this is our residents' money that we're using on this program. And probably the amount in the motion for voucher housing is not enough, but we're getting ahead of ourselves, I think, because we don't even know whether the faith-based providers are able to effectively manage the significant amount that we're allocating now. So I would prefer to let this play out a little bit before we increase that number. I also would like to explore other opportunities for housing that might use transportation, because we lack any kind of shelters here in Los Gatos. But I don't think we fully exploited the opportunity with the county to help us with this problem. So I would, want to go step by step here and see how far we can get, see whether we have the ability to administer a program, because frankly, I'm worried about abuse and things that are just not just not respecting the fact that we are spending our residents' money. So I would support the motion, but I would really like to see town staff engaged in working this out so that when we do hand over cash to a nonprofit, that we get the value that we think we need to have. And I would just also point out that there is opportunity. We made a significant funding increase to our community grants program, and community grants has funded some of these things already, but we've increased that significantly. So if there is a shortfall, and what I like about community grant program is that there's a process that looks at things in some detail. So I think that's an outlet and an opportunity. And I would support the motion as it's made now, but with more engagement from staff in what it is and how it's being spent. As an example, I looked at the trash issue, did some back of the envelope. It looks to me like we're allocating about double what the amount is that's required based on our sanitation provider. And so I this is something, it's great for us to, write checks, but I think we also have some responsibility to look at in detail how the money is being spent. And so it would be important for staff to be very engaged in this proposal and how it's being allocated.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor.
So I have concerns in raising expectations, and that's been done. Going forward, council doesn't have ongoing ARPA money to constantly allocate every year for the homeless. So initially, and I still support my initial allocation of $25,000. I thought that was a first step, but we don't have a well thought out plan where I'm comfortable spending more of the town's money when we have other pressing needs. For example, we've been hearing from the residents of Blossom Hill and Gatos about serious life-threatening safety concerns. We could spend a lot of money there as well that would be well needed, and I know those residents, and there's a lot of those residents over there that would greatly appreciate funding for traffic calming, cameras, speed bumps, whatever it is to save lives. So I'm not comfortable in increasing the amount of funding by thousands of dollars without really understanding how the initial $25,000 could play out. My direction is to encourage staff to work with Supervisor Simidian's office and make sure that the town has access to county resources, infrastructure, and shelter.
Thank you. All right, one more comment, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think one thing we've been talking about our residents, and then these homeless people that live in town. Our homeless residents are our residents. They live in town. We heard from our faith communities that these are people that grew up here and went to Los Gatos High School. I didn't go to Los Gatos High School. I would love to invest in Blossom Hill Road. I'd be super supportive of that. I'm also wanting to invest in this now. I just worry about, we're talking about, potentially allocating more money in the future. One thing that I think one other maybe thing to include in this that I would support would be to return to the town council at some point in in the next 6 months or so, because it took us, since we allocated the money in January, it took us 3 months to have this conversation. And those were 3 months where our homeless residents were sleeping outside in the rain, and some of them got hypothermia, right? And so I think that bringing this back to the council to discuss if we need further investments would be important for me. But I appreciate that everyone has expressed a willingness to do more to support our homeless neighbors, and so I'm grateful to you all for this is clearly something I'm very passionate about, and so I think we'll continue having this over the next 4 years as long as I'm here. Yeah, so I don't know if you'd be interested in including some sort of return to the council, Councilmember Rennie, and if so, I'd be willing to support the motion.
I think, isn't a return to the council implied? I guess he's asking maybe for a longer term, but as part of the motion, we were asking for more research, bring back, what would be part of the voucher plan. I think you're going to need to bring back what's our public restroom plan. So all of these things are going to come back to us. Do I need to add anything to the motion to ask you to do it at a certain time frame? What's your expectation of when you would be bringing these things back?
I would hope to be bringing it back within 6 months, a lot sooner than 6 months. But we're always happy to do another status report. We could come back with the parameters as requested, and any further discussion with potential partners, get additional direction to move forward, and then come back at another milestone date. I think there's a lot more room for conversation with the council as we continue to learn together.
So I don't think I need to add anything more to the motion, because you're going to bring something back, and at that time we're going to understand a lot more, because there'll be a lot more structure around all of these pieces, and at that time we would know better when we would want you to come a second time. So we'll just leave the motion as is.
Okay. All right. We've discussed this. I think we can move forward. I'm going to call the question. It'll be a roll call vote, so I'll leave that to the clerk.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudes?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Badami?
No.
Mayor Risto?
Aye. Okay, motion passes 4-1 with the vice mayor dissenting. All right, I'm going to close. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll have the manager wrap us up here.
Thank you. I just wanted again to thank our guests for joining us tonight and for your tremendous service to the Los Gatos community. And I know there are additional volunteers who are with us this evening. So thank you all so very much for joining us. And then I also just want to announce that one of our community groups, AWO, is holding a series regarding it's called the A Place to Call Home series, May 18th, 19th, and 20th. All of these events will be in Los Gatos, and it is to bring awareness and understanding about our unhoused community. So there will be more information available. AWO is the sponsor, and more information is available at their website. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I apologize. I almost thought you were staff for a moment. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for sharing your work with us. And please extend our thanks also to the Garden Inn, and if there's any other hotels you've worked with, for their compassionate work with our unhoused. All right. With that, I'm going to close this item, and I think we're going to take a bio break. So it's 9:47. I would like to reconvene at 10 o'clock, if that's sufficient time. All right. Thank you. Okay, testing. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Hold on, I'll give everyone a moment to take their seats. I apologize. All right, let's see. We have all council members. We have our staff. And we are going to move to item 7. So we'll go with our planning manager, Jennifer Armour.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. The item before you this evening is a revised request for an exception to story pole policy for a project proposed at the corner of Winchester Boulevard and Shelbourne Way. An initial exception request was considered by Town Council and granted on November 21st, 2022. As a reminder, the purpose of the story pole policy is to illustrate proposed building locations and heights for pending development applications and to help alert the community of development applications that are scheduled for consideration at a public hearing. The standard requirement is to have at least a 2-foot wide orange woven plastic snow netting to represent the roof lines of the proposed structure. The previously proposed exception was orange flags instead of netting. This was approved but required a second row of flags to be added to what had previously been installed. Unfortunately, those have not been able to be installed because of the difficult weather since then. The newly proposed exception would include the existing orange flags plus a simulation instead of the second row of flags or standard netting. Tonight's discussion should be focused just on the story pole exception request, not the proposed development project. There were public comments that were received and provided to you. They were received after the staff report was prepared and provided as a desk item report. This concludes staff's presentation, but we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have okay, we have a question from the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Armour. The application was filed April 15th of 2021, 2 years ago. So what is the expected date for this application to be considered at a public hearing?
We would like to bring it to Planning Commission for their consideration as soon as the story pole issue has been resolved. But we cannot post it in the newspaper, the noticing ad, or send out public noticing cards until that requirement has been fulfilled.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? And thank you for the clarification that we're here to discuss only the story pole exception, not the project itself. That will be another meeting. All right, with that, I will move to our applicant, Jesse Bristow. So for starters, you've got 5 minutes now, and then you'll have 3 minutes at the end.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jesse Bristow with Swenson Builders. First of all, I just want to thank staff for all their help through this. November with our vendor with scheduling. That was the first one.
Excuse me? I just want to stop you for a second. The microphone is dead, so we just need to switch out the mics so they can hear.
Okay, we'll restart the timer, and you can you'll have to restart your entire
Sorry.
presentation. So. Okay.
Mic check. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. All right. Can I go? Okay, thank you. So just a quick review of the timeline. August 22nd.
Wait 1 second. The timer is at...
Okay, back to 5.
There we go. Okay, sorry.
I want to thank staff. I want to thank town council.
So we would like to just kind of do a quick summary of why we're here today for the story pole exception, the second one that we're asking. On August 22nd, we had approval for the story pole flagging. Unbeknownst to us, it was the wrong material. We had the story poles installed. We were informed by staff that that was the wrong material, and we inquired with the vendor. The reason for that is the vendor, the project is 3 to 4 stories, and it's of a height to where the netting policy would act as a sail, and that material could become dangerous. The poles could come down. So the vendor would not install that in any instance of that height. So we came back to town council November 1st. We were directed to add a second row of string and flags. And we scheduled that with our vendor at the end of the month of November. We had our first storm event. And then, since December 2022, we've had 14 atmospheric rivers hit California directly. So we've been unable to install and have the site be dry enough for their equipment to do that installation. So here we are today. If you could go to the next slide, please. As discussed, we want to provide a virtual 3D model that will be publicly accessible online on the project application. So anyone can look at it, and the whole intent is to do basically convey the massing and put the project in context of where it is in the neighborhood today. Additionally, we want to provide extra signage on Shelburne Way and on Winchester Boulevard that are of the renderings that are included of the plan set, and that would be respective of each frontage. We're already required to provide sign noticing with the description of the project on each frontage, so essentially you're going to have 2 signs on each side that highlight what's going to be there. We want to be very transparent of what we're proposing, since we're not able to achieve the original exception. Next slide, please. So this is the video simulation. Is it possible to play it? Sorry. It's going to open up a window. Maybe not. Okay. Should we just...
Do you want to talk while...
Sure. So the next slides are actually examples of the renderings of what we would be able to provide at a 4x6 sign on each corner. And so again, it's highlighting what we are proposing, so it's very visual and everyone that can see it. Trying to think what else are on the other slides. But so here's the video. So this is the group that we would use, and this is just an example video, but we want to provide something that's 1.5 minutes, contextualizes the project, does a flyover, and then we think what's great is that it kind of allows you to see the massing of the project, and then it comes down to the street level, the user level, as if you were even in the project itself. So we're really hoping that this can help accomplish what we're proposing for the project, and it allows people to see and comment and be engaged with what we would like to build. Looks like it's a little slow.
And then you have just under a minute. So were there other things you wanted to talk about before
Sure.
the time?
Yeah, we could go through those slides real quick, please. Thank you. Maybe.
I'll give you an extra 15 or 20 seconds
Sure.
afterward, just because of the technical slowdown.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So this is the Winchester frontage. And this would be an aerial view. And this would be if you were heading north on Winchester. And I think the rest just highlight, and that would be on Shelburne Way, the vehicle entrance. And that was just our original plan. Oh, here. So this was the existing flagging. So, oh, the next slide, sorry, thanks. So we were able to do the initial install, but unfortunately, it was the incorrect material or not in accordance with the policy. So in summary, we want to provide this video that would be publicly accessible. We could probably even include the link or the web address on the signage if that's helpful. Really, we just want to, because of the recent weather events and the unknown forecasts, it's been really challenging for us to accomplish the request of the town council. So we're really trying to find another alternative, and we really appreciate you taking that into consideration. So I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll take questions of the applicant, and then we'll open to public comment, and then you can wrap up again. So Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. How long were those flags up for initially?
Well, they're still up, although they've probably had some challenges with the weather.
Got it. Thank you.
So was your question, when did they go up, or how long they've been up, or?
Yeah, how long?
I'm sorry, they've been up since September of 2022.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Anyone else right now? Councilmember Hudace. You're muted. This is just a technology home run tonight.
Right.
We know he's there and he spoke before. Right.
Yeah, maybe it's
No.
the audio.
Up.
Okay.
We can almost hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The question is, how long would it take to complete with the current approved plan?
I'm sorry, for the direction from town council to add the second string of flags?
Yeah, that's the current approved plan, right?
Correct.
How long would that take?
Well, we've been trying to do that for the past 5 to 6 months, but because of the site and the wetness of all the storms, the actual equipment that needs to go out on the property, it's too muddy for them to do an actual install, to safely do an install. So that would be an unknown.
Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Badami.
So when I read your letter for justification, you're mentioning that the property site has remained very wet and muddy. I realize we had some severe storms, but we're into spring now and going forward. I mean, how long do you think, once it dries out, can the equipment now install the netting? It's just a matter of the wet ground at this point?
Yes, theoretically, but there's been, I want to say, 3 to 4 instances where we've tried to coordinate with our vendor and with staff, notifying them like, hey, they're going to be installing, and then a rain event happens, and so we have to reschedule. And so it's just been very challenging for us to accommodate.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah, I was going to say, oh, look, it's drying out, but it's supposed to rain this weekend now.
Correct.
Which it wasn't. Okay, not seeing any other questions, I'll open to public comment, and then we'll have you back at the end for 3 minutes. Okay, I have Eric Hulser.
Good evening and thank you. So I am one of the homeowners that is right next to this property. And so my children's bedroom window actually looks out over those flags. One of the challenges that I have with moving towards just a fully virtual system is it just doesn't convey the size and scale of this project. So one of the overall challenges that we have with the project is that at this point, some of these heights are going to go as high as 50 feet. Traditionally, it's only 35 feet. I understand that's creating challenges for creating the actual physical space to showcase, but I think it's really important for the community to be able to see just the scale and size of this project. From our vantage point, it's going to go about, I believe, 34 feet high to the roof line, but it's not really conveying from the architectural renderings how high that would go to the top of the roof. So that's just the top of the ceiling on the, I believe, 3rd floor. of the south-facing window. Being able to see the netting or being able to see additional flags outside of my own window would greatly help in visualizing just the impact it's going to have to my community and to the townhome that we're a part of. So in general, I have a number of concerns about the project. I know I'm not supposed to bring those up right now, so I'll save those for the future hearing. But specifically for the flags, I do think it's very, very important to be able to get that physical space and have people understand just how much that's going to affect the community. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask you a question. So my understanding, and staff can validate before I ask you, is my understanding is that the flags do outline the exact project right now, but it's only one row of flag, not two rows as we had requested yet, and not the fencing type material. So are you stating that one row of flags just doesn't convey it and that two would, or that the 3D rendering is not sufficient?
I think the 3D rendering would not be sufficient. From what you could even see in that example, it's an amazing rendering. It's fun to see, but it doesn't convey what it would look like in real space. So having more, if we're not able to get that netting because of how large this structure is, getting more physical markers in there will help stand out as people are driving by. I'm able to see it because I live 25 feet from it. But people who are passing by on their way to school may not even notice it. This will help it stand out more. Ideally, we would be able to get the actual full netting, so you could visualize that. But I understand, that's not possible because of how large the structure is.
Okay, thank you. So the understanding is the netting, what we have now is the outline, and you just want it more visible, and so you're requesting the second.
Yeah, as pronounced as we can make this in reality.
Okay.
To share with people. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. My next speaker is Brian Mekachek. Mayor Mekachek.
Yes. So I'm the mayor of Monte Sereno right now, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not the city of Monte Sereno. And I received a card, and I've been waiting to receive a card to see what's going ahead with this project. And we heard that the weather delayed the story poles. Well, gee, the weather did all kinds of things. It's caused delays in what Monte Sereno's doing and the lights in Los Gatos, et cetera. But, it is the weather. To me, it looks like an abandoned project. If you want to bring this back to the Planning Commission, you need to have something saying, hey, this project is starting again. It looks like it's been abandoned. I spoke with the applicant some time ago before the last, or I sent emails before the last hearing for the original story pole exemption. And I asked for the renderings to be updated to show the Class 4 bike lanes, so it did show what's reality. I see that they updated the renderings, but there's no Class 4 bike lanes in there. Like, it doesn't look real. You can't see the scale. I guess the other thing that I would like, and I haven't spoken with the applicant, they haven't done any outreach to the community, and maybe it's not at that point yet, but they have to do, I think they should do that. And one of the things I'd like to do is to take my drone that's licensed to within 400 feet, to take it and understand what it would look like from the windows looking out in the various directions. So I would ask the applicant for that. I know that you've had a long evening and there's lots going on, so I will be succinct and not repeat any of my points. Thanks.
Thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Mekachek at the moment? Okay, thank you. Let me see. I don't have any hands raised on Zoom, and I don't have any other cards from this room. So we'll go back to the applicant. Jesse Bristow, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
And you have a working microphone.
Yes. So I'll just try to go off memory first. So regarding the mayor of Monte Sereno, I find it interesting that somebody that technically isn't part of the community that's commenting on the project. But we have had outreach, especially when we had, we actually did outreach before COVID with the neighbors. I believe we met with the neighbors from the previous gentleman. We met with them, I want to say 2 or 3 times.
If you could direct your comments to us.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
A couple times, 2 or 3 times during COVID, a few times on Zoom. We've reached out to Los Gatos and Saratoga Senior Services about the need for senior living and senior care. I believe we reached out to the Santa Clara County Senior Services as well about the overall need for a project of this. Earlier, people mentioned about the housing crisis. Behind the housing crisis is the senior living crisis. I want to say in the next 5 years, baby boomers, the average is going to be over 75 years old. So it comes to a need, and it's not being discussed enough. Additionally, this project would count as RENA numbers, so it would be it would behoove the town to have a project like this, and we've been trying to bring it to council. When it comes to the renderings, we had the renderings done prior to Public Works notifying us about what type of bike lane. So I'm sorry that it doesn't reflect what the member of Monte Sereno would like to see, but we did the best we could. With that, again, it comes down to us trying to move this project forward so we can address comments like this. But right now it's just sitting, it's stalled. If people have a lot of concerns, I'm happy to address it at the appropriate platform, but right now it isn't. And obviously it's drawing attention, and we like to provide something more concrete that people can see and comment on, and then we can bring it to the Planning Commission and review the project at the appropriate setting. So, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, first a comment, then a question. So the member from Monte Sereno actually lives across the street on the corner, so he's your neighbor too, not just not just a nosy council member. You know how we are.
I'm aware. Thank you.
My question is, so I assume this hasn't gone to the Planning Commission yet?
This is the last item for us to go to the Planning Commission.
And when were you ready to go to the Planning Commission minus this item?
We were hoping to be in November.
In November, so you're still not at the Planning Commission 4 months later?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. So, you commented, I go by, I walk by, I bike by, I look at the story poles. Is this an either or would you fix up would you be able to make sure that at least the flag that is there gives the outline, and then look at the 3D renderings as an enhancement on the massing, or are you abandoning the story poles?
No, it does require the vendor to go back out there with the correct equipment to correct any poles that might have come down during the storm. But we would leave them up until we have the Planning Commission, if we are directed to have the video, if we can.
Okay. I don't know if we even know if the story poles.
Are to plan now after all the other events, correct?
Which could be problematic.
Yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So if you had hoped to come to Planning Commission in November, I don't recall that we had these very horrific storms that we had that pretty much started in January. So what was the issue in not being able to install the flags in November?
So the first weather event we had was the end of November, and that's when we had our vendor to install. And then we couldn't get them back out until the next rain event, which I think was around like December 18th. So it hadn't dried out. It was very cold. It was very wet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Rennie.
I thought of another question. So the nosy council member, nosy mayor from Monte Sereno mentioned that it looks like an abandoned project, and that's actually a pretty fair point. That usually when people see story poles go up, they're like, okay, there's a project. Maybe I should go comment on it. But 5-6 months later, they're not still thinking there's a project that they need to watch for. Do you have any ideas how we make it more obvious that things are now moving forward. I'm sort of thinking of a compromise. Okay, let's say we do give you the story pole exception. We still sort of have that issue of we've hidden the project from the public because it's sitting there looking derelict for so long. Any suggestions for a compromise?
Certainly. So we had ordered the notification signs, the project description with renderings for each corner, and so that would be our suggestion for the additional signage. We're willing to add, if it's 2 signs per frontage, additionally from just the project description showing renderings and what we're proposing. We're happy to do that.
And how tall would those signs be? More than 6 feet?
They're 4 by 6.
4 by 6, but they don't start on the ground, right? So
we can make. I believe they're about 4 feet off the ground. Yeah.
So the top is probably about 8 feet then.
Yeah, and you know, if there's a request to have them every 50 feet on the frontage, we can do that as well.
Okay.
That would be more manageable.
Thank you.
I have a question. So 4 by 6, I mean, I'm having trouble understanding if that's big enough. Can it be, yeah, I'm just thinking from a lot of people will notice it from a car. So, you know, you see the story poles from a distance. Is there a limit on the, I realize the sign can turn into a sail in a wind event as well, but.
I mean, we could do 6 by 8 if that's, I think that's probably.
There's flexibility on the size? Okay. All right. I mean, I think notifying people is our hardest problem. A video on the town website, people don't look at our town website all the time, or they might not, you know, going by notice that there's a project there. So.
Right. I mean, for people who are concerned, there's a lot of details in the plan set, which is on the application page. So it would describe what the actual heights are of the project.
Okay.
So.
All right. Do we have any other questions? I don't see Councilmember Huday's hand up. Okay. Well, then I'm going to close public testimony. Thank you. All right. And now we will move to discussion with our council members. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of liked where Councilmember Rennie was going with this. I think something like a big sign every 50 feet might make sense. I very much, you know, it's really too bad that this project has been delayed so much, and that's, you know, in our strategic priorities, streamlining the permitting process is one of our strategic priorities, and I do think it's clear we've dragged this out, and we've heard this from, you know, other developers or not just developers, right? Other people that are trying to do anything, whether they're restaurateurs or whatever. So I think some sort of compromise solution could be in order.
Okay, I see Councilmember Huday's hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I think we already have a compromise solution, which is what is supposed to be there now. And I'm not sure that this says anything about the permitting process. I think that there are weather delays, obviously. I think it would be unwise to redesign the notification signage from the dais. I think we have a policy that our planning commission and others have worked on to come up with a representation of a project, and that is the netting. And then in some cases, we've now gone to the double flagging. I wouldn't be in favor of granting another exception for this. I think the policy serves the town well.
Anybody else? I mean, so my first thought was we really need the double layer. I mean, people are used to the double flagging. People are accustomed to being able to see our story poles. We've discussed it. We really need to update our story pole policy because we just need to get rid of that netting. It's not going to work on anything taller than 2 stories. And frankly, with some of the wind events we've had, it probably shouldn't even be used on 2 stories. But that said, you're stuck with where you are, and it's unfortunate that when you put your vendor put the flag up, you didn't know that in the past when we've given exceptions, it's for double flag. So, you know, the wrong thing went up and it didn't fulfill our policy or the exception. I was thinking 3D rendering isn't really going to substitute, although I have to say when I viewed it, it's pretty remarkable. And, you know, everybody visualizes differently, but for me to see how the entire building looks in context to everything around it, I did get a feeling for the massing, because frankly, looking at netting, you can see right through the building. You can't see how solid it's going to be. You can't tell that you're not going to see something behind it. And so with those renderings, I could see what was happening with the hillsides. You know, you could put yourself in a dangerous position where we still want the video and, you know, the images. But the concern I have is that our residents have an expectation that when a project comes forward, they will see the outline of the building. Going into tonight's meeting, I felt like there's not a reason I don't want to delay any project unnecessarily. I mean, time makes everything more expensive. It delays when people can move into a facility. You know, it slows everything down, and there's no benefit to that delay. It's unfortunate the weather has turned, because I was ready to say, come on, by next week you can get the netting up, and now we're looking at rain this week. So I'm really stuck in the middle at the moment. I would like some guidance from my council members, but I feel like we owe our residents the notification a form of notification they're accustomed to, but I also don't want to see this project get dragged out another month if the rain window stays open. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat, actually. I should have asked this of the applicant when we had the opportunity, but I'll see if staff might know the answer to this. How long does it usually take after a serious rain on a muddy property to be able to flag that? Do you know?
I don't know. Thank you for that question. Since they have tried a number of times to get it installed again, it generally seems to be at least a month after the rain has occurred in terms of when I've seen that. And then we wouldn't be able to post it to the newspaper and in order to prepare for that public hearing until that is installed, certified, and photographs submitted. And so then that is another month after that.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So I feel that we did a compromise the first go around as well. Extreme weather is behind us. We're in spring. Trees are blossoming. I see baseball has resumed on surrounding fields. They're not that muddy to prevent baseball games. Flags draw attention, and that's the purpose for us having flags, especially with buildings as tall as this. I think we owe it to our residents that they know what's forthcoming. We've had surprises in the past with renderings, for example, the North 40. So I just wouldn't be in favor of a second exception.
I am concerned about the weather. I mean, I hike multiple times a week. There are standing puddles all over the place. The ground is very muddy. I don't know when it'll dry out. And now with more rain coming, it does concern me a lot to delay a project. We do have flag up there. It's not double level, but there is a sense of what the building is. My concern is more along the lines of, if the project looks stale, will signs around the property alert people? Or, I don't know, because the flags don't look all bright and sparkly anymore. They look kind of like, oh, that project's not going forward. And unfortunately for this applicant, we have had projects in the past where flags were left to dilapidate, fall down, a very, very messy project at some point. And so I think a lot of people think, oh, the flags are there, nothing happened. And I don't know. If I were to grant this, I realize we granted the first exception, but the first exception wasn't able to be implemented due to weather or due to ground conditions. We can blame it on the weather, but the ground conditions are such that it's too muddy to get the equipment in there. I can imagine that given the height of the buildings, it's not trivial. You can't just stick a ladder up like you would if you're adding an addition to a single-story home. You probably have very heavy equipment. So I'm leaning toward, I would be wanting to look at a compromise where somehow those flags that are there look a little brighter or shinier, or I don't know, if some way can get more attention to the property so that people can see the flags. I also have a concern about whether the flags still mark out the ends of the building. I don't know if staff, there'd be no reason for you to go and check up on it, but is there some way we can find out if we pretty much have what we were expecting?
Yeah, thank you for that question. What we would probably recommend is that the applicant have somebody go out and at least assess how it is in relation to what was installed, so that when the project goes to Planning Commission has a clear description of how representative that is, and that could be included as part of the staff report, so that anyone who is coming to take a look at the project and consider and provide their input would have that context. But that is part of the question before you this evening is to whether, given the uncertain conditions of those flags as currently installed, how comfortable you are relying on that with the additional information that's been offered.
Thank you. I mean, that's sort of my concern, is that if we say, okay, a single layer of flag or a single row of flag is okay, if we have this additional step and the single row of flag is not, outlining or conveying the actual building, then we have a different problem. All right, thank you. Or did you have a comment? Okay, no. Councilmember Rennie.
I'm don't think my mind has changed much since I made my comment. I'm trying to be open-minded about the flags. I've been driving past this a lot. I drive down Winchester all the time past this. I have a pretty good feel for what the building is, mostly because I've driven past it so many times. I'm really struggling with the idea that another layer of flags is going to make it look any different than it is. The biggest problem it has is there's two big trees that are blocking the flag. So it doesn't really give people a feel for how big it's going to be because there's trees in the way. And adding flags is not going to make a difference. I still go back to this idea that even if we add flags, I don't think people are going to notice that we've added another layer of flags because they've been driving past this. And the issue really becomes letting people know that this project is back alive again. So I'm still think the better solution is they should spend their effort on signs, making it look like something new is starting to happen, versus putting up flags that I don't think anybody's even going to notice, particularly because there's two big trees in the way.
Councilmember Moore.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. And I wonder if these, some really big signs, and this is, and actually I very much empathize with what Councilmember Hudis was saying about, I don't think we should be creating our story pole exemption policy from the dais here, but it is the situation we're in. So I hope we can work on that soon. But or story pole, revision. I wonder if some big 6x8 signs with an orange border and they're every 50 feet would demonstrate to the neighborhood kind of what this is going to be. And the signs have a QR code on them that leads you to the video. And they also say, there's a big sign that says, hey, these current flags are not totally, despite these flags having been up for the last 6 months, they're not totally representative of what you're going to see. If you want to see the full representation, look at these signs, look at this link. Yeah, I can make that a motion. I will make a motion to grant a further exemption to the story pole policy to allow an alternative standard story pole installation to illustrate and provide notice to the proposed project on property zoned 0 that provides 6x8 signage with bright colors that links to a video rendering and also informs residents that the current story poles may not be representative of the final project.
Vice Mayor?
I just have a question for the maker of the motion. You said 6x8 signage. How many signs and how many feet apart?
I think every 50 feet, I think was what we talked about. Then we have another.
Yes.
Through the mayor.
Rosanna.
Thank you. I would ask that it be limited to one sign per parcel. There are 4 parcels out there, and that they not be any larger than 32 square feet each. That would be consistent with our signage regulations for construction signage.
Okay, great. That sounds good.
Okay, so the motion is adjusted to reflect that. Do I have a second? Councilmember Rennie.
I'll second it just because I try to make decisions based on common sense, and just sticking with something that doesn't work is not common sense to me. So I'll second this motion.
Okay, and I'll be supporting the motion. I feel like we have a project that cannot get to the Planning Commission. We can't even find out how residents feel or how we can look at this project until we get the story polls or a noticing in place. And I think continuing to stumble against that is just slowing the entire process down, where we don't even know what's going to happen next. And I feel like it's important to get to that first deciding body. So I'll be supporting the motion. Do I have any hands up, or should I call the question? Okay, I'll call the question, and I'll have the clerk take the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Rennie?
Aye.
Councilmember Moore?
Aye.
Councilmember Hudas?
No.
Vice Mayor Badami?
No.
Mayor Risto?
Aye. Motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Hudes and the Vice Mayor voting nay. Okay, do we have any comments, questions? All right. We will now move to item 8. And our Associate Planner Shootman will be bringing forward the report.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. On January 12th of this year, the town received HCD's letter on the draft housing element, which provided a list of recommended revisions. On January 30th, the town council adopted the housing element with modification to the site's inventory, finding that it was in substantial compliance with state law. On February 13th, the town submitted the adopted housing element to HCD after a 7-day public review period. As part of this submittal package, a cover letter was included describing that the town is in the process of addressing all of the remaining comments found in the January 12th HCD letter and would be resubmitting a revised housing element after all the revisions had been completed. On March 16th, the Housing Element Advisory Board reviewed the draft revised housing element, which included modifications to the adopted housing element in response to the more detailed HCD comments. The HEB recommended that staff resubmit the draft revised housing element to HCD with additional modifications. On March 31st, the town submitted the draft revised housing element to HCD after a 7-day public review period. Subsequent review by HCD will take up to 60 days. There was an addendum report circulated yesterday in response to a council member's questions. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available to support in this evening's discussion.
Thank you. Do we have questions of any council members, of staff? Okay. I have one speaker card on this item, so I'll go to public comment. Jeffrey Suzuki.
Good evening again. So I'm Jeff Suzuki. I'm the president of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition. As we know, maximizing the amount of affordable housing in Los Gatos is of utmost priority. This is not up for debate, and providing the most amount of flexibility possible to do this will be critical to actually executing on that mission. Now, I've heard that because a few car dealerships in Los Gatos have agreed to redevelop and include units, some people are potentially considering removing some other sites, namely including Knowles and the site next to the Caltrans right-of-way. And I think that this would be a profound mistake. At the end of the day, we are I say this over and over again, meeting after meeting, we're in a housing crisis. We need as much flexibility as humanly possible to put housing where it could feasibly be. It's not like these sites are 100% guaranteed to have housing developed there, but it would give the town the necessary flexibility to actually develop where it feasibly it could be. So basically for this housing element. Long story short, I ask that you do not remove sites because some car dealerships have agreed to basically redevelop. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of our speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Suzuki. I have 3 hands up on Zoom, no other cards in the room. So if anyone here wants to speak, get a card up. I'll go to Ali Miano.
Thank you. Again, speaking on behalf or speaking in my role as a member of the Los Gatos Anti-Racism Coalition, I want to echo what Jeff said. We need all the options we can get. The crisis, as you know, is not just in Los Gatos, it's everywhere. And so the more we can do to combat this problem so that, you know, our young people aren't having to move away out of state where they can find more affordable housing. We just want to be able to make this a place where everybody can live. If all our young people go, then pretty soon, you know, Los Gatos isn't such a destination anymore. And we see businesses going to Campbell and other places. We need housing. We need all kinds of people here. We need people of all socioeconomic backgrounds. And so, yes, to get some new sites, like where the car dealerships have been vacant, say on Los Gatos Boulevard for the longest time, that's wonderful news. But then to, you know, take away the option of other areas of the town like Knowles, not a good idea. So please, you know, sometimes I think that the mentality I hear sometimes from the council, for instance, well, we can't do this long-term solution, so let's not do the short-term either. You know, that's just, I think we need to try to do all we can. So please, please support these new sites, but don't take away any of the other work that you've done already. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move now to Kinsey Lee.
Hello again. Good evening again. This is Kinsey again speaking, associated with the Los Gatos Anti-Racist Coalition. I also wanted to voice my opposition to reducing the number of affordable housing units proposed in our housing element. Income inequality in our community threatens to isolate us from our neighbors. It also threatens to displace people that grew up here. Affordable housing and other plans to welcome people to Los Gatos can alleviate this problem. Now, it's my understanding that the proposed revision to the housing element would remove the Caltrans right-of-way and 206 Knowles parcels from even the consideration for affordable housing. Given that it seems that listing parcels on the site's inventory doesn't commit the town to building the housing units on those properties, I do not see why we would prematurely decide to exclude certain parcels. Thusly, I'm in favor of keeping all the housing sites in Los Gatos housing element. And that's it. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak on this issue.
Thank you. And it looks like our final speaker is Nika Sabori. So hopefully you can speak this time, Nika.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to mention something that happened the other day in my AP government class. So we were discussing a letter from Birmingham Jail by Martin Luther King Jr. Regarding racism in America. And the central question posed to us by my teacher was to ask ourselves, what is a societal issue that we feel we are complacent in? And I think this is a question we should all ask ourselves once in a while. Some students said climate change or the negative effects of social media. My response was homelessness and poverty. A person's living situation can change in a matter of days. There are so many factors that can lead to homelessness that can be solved through affordable housing. Living in the town of Los Gatos, it might seem to many people like an easy thing to ignore. It might even feel like we are entitled to ignore it, living within the bounds of a supposed suburbia. It is easy to blame unknown variables for homelessness. It is easy to separate ourselves from the problem, to limit funds, and put obstacles in the way of an extended hand of charity. But as a town with such abundant resources and such apparent wealth in the face of devastating homelessness, we must do what we can to help this issue. We must keep the housing sites. We should be building roofs over people's heads. As a symbol of protection, I find myself taking for granted every day. Affordable housing is a pathway to progress, an opportunity to improve health, provide financial stability, security, and population diversity. There's a clear bridge between homelessness and affordable housing to provide new opportunities and end the cycle that is homelessness. In my AP Environmental Science class, we are learning about adaptation methods of counteracting climate change, wherein we deal with the results of climate change instead of preventing them. Instead of adapting to homelessness like we are having to do now, we must change the system that creates it by building affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker, so we'll close. Oh, did you have a question for the speaker? Okay. All right, so we'll close public comment and move to comments by our fellow council members. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you. So with respect to the speakers, I'm concerned about the process in getting our housing element certified. So I'm going to start with a question to staff because I need to understand the difference of amending an adopted housing element compared to revising a draft housing element with modifications. Because they seem to me that they're two different things. So I need to understand the difference between the two.
What's proposed are amendments to the adopted housing element. And I apologize because of the late hour. Could you describe the other terminology?
So I understand we have an adopted housing element. We adopted it on January 30th. But when I read some of the documents and what went to HEB, it's a matter that we're simply revising a housing element with modifications. So there's a difference between amending and revising. We have a housing element that's adopted. So is this a draft and we're just revising it and adding modifications?
It probably would have been clearer to say that it was draft revisions to the housing element because the revisions haven't been adopted by the council at this point in time.
Okay, so the revisions, there's 28 of them, as I understand it. So is it staff's position that with 28 modifications that the housing element was substantially compliant to begin with?
Staff's view is that we needed to have a housing element that had a sites inventory that had sufficient sites to accommodate the arena allocation. And so once a housing element had been developed that had a sufficient sites inventory, staff's position was that the housing element was substantially compliant with housing element law.
But we wouldn't wait to do that knowing that we're going to get probably in 12 days notification from the HCD anyway. Why wouldn't we just wait till we heard from them and then make the changes?
The recommendation to the town council was to have an adopted housing element in place prior to the January 31st deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, so my questions are more about the moving in and out of the various sites. It seems like we're basing everything on whether we get a letter from the owners of these sites that they are interested in doing a development or not. Is everything that we've moved out or moved in based on that?
Predominantly, thank you for the question. Yes, so that's part of the justification that HCD is looking for. And so we've utilized a property owner interest form as showing HCD that we do have interest from this property owner to redevelop in the next 8 years. So the majority of the sites that are on the site's inventory right now do have a property owner interest form. The 2 sites that were discussed by the speakers of being removed were sites that the town does not have a property owner interest form for. And so those were sites that were suggested to the HEB at their March 16th meeting if they did want to reduce the site's inventory. And those were 2 possible sites to do so.
And so, if I can put words in your mouth, it sounds like we didn't have enough owner letters to get enough sites, and so we included some that we didn't have a letter from them. For example, the 2 sites, Knowles and the Caltrans right-of-way. And so we had added those early on in order to get to our number. And now that you've gathered more letters, you've put other sites on and decided we don't need these.
I would say that the staff has decided we don't need them. We did just recognize that our site's inventory and our buffer had increased from what the council had previously seen in the adopted. And so the option was offered to the HEB at the March 16th meeting that if they weren't comfortable with that increased buffer, then that would be an avenue to reduce it by removing those 2 sites.
Okay, so it's related but slightly different question. Let's say we don't like a site, but a property owner says they want to develop it, and we take that site off. How much does that inhibit their ability to develop the site if it's not on there, not on our list?
So a property owner, whether they're on this list or not, can choose to develop. And if it does include new residential, the town is able to count those new units towards its RENA, whether the site is on this site's inventory or not. What it does remove by not being on the site's inventory is the housing element overlay zone that is proposed. And so under that overlay zone, it does give those properties increased development standards.
Can you further expand increased development standards? What does that mean?
So under the housing element overlay zone, it would result in increased densities, lot coverages, and height.
So it's more incentives to enable affordable housing and affordable housing to get built.
That's correct.
Okay. I guess I'd just comment that the thing that sort of bothers me in all of this is instead of us having a plan for what, I mean, we're talking about potentially big changes to Los Gatos. Instead of having a plan for how we're trying to guide that, we're whipsawed back and forth by whoever raised their hand and what they want to happen. And I think one of the ones that bothers me a little bit is I think the Moore Buick dealership, for example, wasn't on the list. And they're a pretty big sales tax generator in town. So if I had my decision, I wouldn't give them extra enabling to get rid of an important sales tax generator in town, for example. Instead, we're driven by who gives us a letter and who doesn't give us a letter instead of being a little more strategic about it. So that's just a comment that I'm I'll stop there.
I actually want to follow on with that because, I mean, having been on the Housing Element Advisory Board, when we were trying to find sites for 2,000 housing units plus the buffer it's really difficult. I would encourage anybody who hasn't done the Better Balance tool to try that, but we had to have qualifications or conditions that would allow HCD to say, okay, that site makes sense. So we could say we don't want to put somebody who's a sales tax generator on that list, but trying to find sites that are large enough that make sense along transportation corridors and where it's redevelopment. If you don't have a note, or if you don't have a letter of interest from the owner, HCD is not going to believe it's going to be redeveloped. I mean, we're talking about an 8-year cycle. So looking at all the sites, things were categorized as tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And tier 1 generally met all the criteria we needed to demonstrate, presumably to HCD, that that site is possible for redevelopment. Because we basically don't have really anywhere except for the second phase of the North 40 that's not going to require redevelopment. There's no blank land. So, I mean, it would be a dream to say, oh, okay, we're going to just do everything on this street or this road, and this is how we want it redeveloped. But we have to pick sites that make sense, or our process will never get certified. And so that's where we started from the beginning. I don't know if that answers, or I don't know if, did I state that correctly? I mean, I'm trying to remember. So what was the difference to a tier 2 site?
Yeah, so HCD's guidebook had a whole list of what should really be looked at. And so it was looking at the size of the parcel, the density that is allowed under the parcel. And so that's how we divided our tiers, and is based on HCD's guidebook for selecting sites.
Was there anything in tier 2 that had a letter of interest from an owner?
That's a great question. Off the top of my head, I don't believe that there were any from the tier 2 list, but maybe the planning manager could correct me.
I don't know that we can correct her. Sorry, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. But there was a lot of moving around and shuffling of sites throughout this lengthy process. So I wouldn't want to say that there isn't, but if there are, there's very few.
Okay, thank you. I thought a letter of interest was a primary driver of moving from tier to tier. Okay, Councilmember Moore, and then Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. So I'll add a little bit of context to this. Sitting on HEB, so I've sat on HEB since before I was elected. So I sat on there as a volunteer community member, and I've sat on there since. And so we've been talking about this for a very, very long time. I think that the Housing Element Advisory Board has worked super, super hard and taken all of the council direction to heart. And I think we, on the HEB, we have spent months and months in this process really getting to deeply understand this document. And so at the HEB, at that meeting a few weeks ago, the HEB voted 7-1 in favor of moving this forward, with Councilmember Hudes voting no. But I think that, fundamentally, this housing element draft is a good one. And I'll also add that HCD has not been generous in this process, is how I would characterize that. There's a list on attachment 4 that shows the buffers of all of the different cities. Even if we go up to 25%, we're still in the bottom half. And the only city that I'm aware of at this point that has gotten their housing element certified is Campbell, and they're at a 78% buffer. And so I'd be really surprised if some of these 13% end up getting certified. So what we would be doing process-wise here is sending what I believe is we have sent a good housing element to the state, one that has a 25% buffer. And if we made a change right now, we would be telling HCD, which has not been generous, again, that we actually want to take some sites off, that we're not as interested in building housing as maybe you thought we were, which I think is a really, really bad look for us in terms of getting this certified. I also think that these are two good sites, the Knowles and the Caltrans property. So 206 Knowles is, I think, a perfect site for redevelopment. It's what we've seen a lot in the Bay Area. It was a former Roku office building in 2019, and it looks like they've had a few different people kind of go through it since, but it's this big commercial building that's in a part of town that doesn't have very many neighbors, and it's this, I think that's the kind of site that HCD likes to see. And then the Caltrans property is a vacant parcel, which is incredibly rare, and its only neighbors are a freeway, a parking lot, a gym, and a trailer park community. So again, I think a good site for redevelopment. And it's not even to say that's going to be redeveloped, as we've heard a little bit. All this does, by putting this on the site's inventory, all this does is rezone it. That's all this does, is rezone it and say, if there's a there, we might approve an application, right? This doesn't say anything about approving anything. And so one of my big issues, though, is the optics of sending a housing element with a 25% buffer to HCD, and then a few weeks later coming back and saying, oh, actually, we want to cut a few of those sites out. I just think that's a really, really bad look if we want to get our housing element certified.
Okay, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. First, I wanted to correct a few things with some questions. The previous version that we sent and we certified, that had a 15% buffer, not a 25% buffer. Isn't that correct?
Thank you for the question. I believe it was 16%.
16, okay. So it was not 25, and we're going to remove the 25 now. The other question I had is, if we've been through a process where the HCD has been looking at sites and looking at our draft, have we had any feedback that the sites that we've provided so far, they're not going to accept, or that they're not going to accept a 15% buffer? Have we had any feedback along those lines?
Thank you for the question. We haven't received any specific feedback from HCD regarding that.
Would we have expected to receive feedback about sites with the HCD review so far?
With the town's first comment letter that was received on January 12th, it would be expected that there would have been feedback about specific sites and their viability in there. That's not to say that the town can't receive a second comment letter with additional follow-up questions regarding that.
And as a follow-up, if we were to receive a follow-up question challenging the sites, do we have sites that we might put forward, including the two that staff recommended that we consider?
Apologies. So were you asking if there are additional sites in the tier 2 that the staff could use in the sites inventory?
No, this is a process question. If we were to submit our modified version that had a 15% buffer, roughly, and then we wanted to put those other sites on because we got a comment, could we do that?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. Yes, technically that would be possible. Just to reiterate what was in the staff report, as you have questioned as well, the adopted version had a 16% buffer. When we got some more interest forms from other sites, that bumped that up to 25%. The option that was presented to the Housing Element Advisory Board as well as Council tonight brings that down to approximately 18% by the removal of those two sites. But technically, from a process perspective, yes. If, for instance, as we go through iterations and revisions that may be necessary after further discussions on the version that's currently under review that was recently sent to HCD, then we could ask them that question if that is the direction of the council tonight.
I had one more question, if I may. This is with regards to zoning changes. Just tell me if I'm right on this. When we make a zoning change and under this, then the development becomes by right development, and then it becomes it becomes one way. In other words, we can't move that change in zoning if it involves more zoning to less density. Isn't that right?
Thank you, council member. I think you're referring to provision that's in SB 330 that if you upzone something for instance, sorry, I can't speak, then you can't later reduce that density. So that is correct. In relation to the by right, I know specifically the sites that are in our current inventory that were in the previous housing element inventory, those do have to be by right. But the other sites, to my knowledge, they do not have to be by right, but there are many other tools that folks can avail themselves of.
Okay, thank you. And it's the combination of by right and one way that I just have to ask the question: why would we exceed the RENA application, which we already know is going to be extremely challenging for a lot of other reasons?
Okay, that sounds like a philosophical question. Is that your last question?
I will leave it at that. I did have a couple other questions as well.
Okay, I'll let you continue and then we'll move to the other council members. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So with regards to the process, I wanted to understand the timeline on this. And so there was an addendum that I think responded to that. First question is, if the council were to make any changes to a document that was submitted 4 days ago to HCD, could those changes be accommodated?
Thank you for the question.
Would it impact the timeline significantly?
Yes, so if the council did choose to make any modifications to the document, we would need to post that online for 7 days and then resubmit back to HCD.
Okay. So with regard to items 1, 2, 3, and 4 in your letter, in your response, the staff report, what is the approximate timeline for those 4 items?
So staff approximated that drafting the language for the zoning code and general plan amendments, taking that to the general plan committee for a recommendation to the planning commission, for then a recommendation to the town council, would take approximately 3 to 4 months to complete.
Okay. And so and that's starting from when? I'm trying to get to some dates.
This is starting from once the town receives certification from HCD on its housing element.
And what is our estimate of that?
Well, based on the most recent submittal, which was March 31st, we would expect to be hearing from HCD by May 30th.
And so it would be 3 to 4 months after that, right?
Yes, best case scenario if HCD on May 30th said that the town's housing element was ready for certification.
Okay. And so with regard to the second step, which is reviewed by the general plan committee, I'm assuming that that's where we do general plan amendments. Is that correct?
This is correct.
And is that general plan amendments to which version of the general plan?
The 2040 general plan has been suspended, so it would be amendments to the 2020 land use and community design elements.
I see. And if there were a referendum, how would that impact this timeline?
As far as I can tell, this timeline will be complete before the election in fall of 2024. And that's the point at which the town will know whether or not the referendum gained sufficient votes to pass.
I see. And if the referendum did pass, would that affect anything on this list here? The timing of it.
The 2020 general plan would still have been amended, so that could remain in place. If the referendum were to fail, the 2040 general plan elements would be back in effect, and so the town would amend the 2040 elements.
And if that were the case, how would the 3 to 4 month timeline play out, and would that allow us to complete the zoning changes that I think are required by January of 2024?
And through
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So through the mayor, Joel Paulson, Community Development Director, thank you for the questions, Councilmember Hudis. So the 3 to 4 month is going to be done before January 1st, 2024. The next ballot, as the town attorney mentioned, is going to be in November of 2024. So that action to the 2020 general plan land use element from the general plan amendments perspective will be completed well in advance of that. I would just remind council that we received previous direction that once we get the housing element certified, that we're going to come back and have another conversation with council as far as what the will of the council is in relationship to the referendum, because there were some options that were presented by the town attorney previously, and so we would revisit that discussion and see if there's any new direction.
I appreciate that. Just one final question on this. So if the referendum were held, I guess, on November 7th, 2023, and it failed, then we would need to apply those zoning changes and amendments to the 2040 general plan. Is there sufficient time to do that by the end of January 2024?
So under the having an election in the fall of 23, are you anticipating that the council would choose to have a special election? Because as it stands now, the next regular election will be fall of 2024.
Okay, so that's where I was confused. Okay. So that helps. Thank you very much.
Okay, your hand is still up. Are you complete for the moment?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a follow-on question. My impression was it'll be time wasted because it'll happen after all of the amendments. If we had the 2040 chapters of the general plan in place, there wouldn't need to be amendments. Isn't that correct?
I believe that's true. Yeah.
I thought the entire point of the amendments was because we reverted. Okay. So whether it passes or fails in 2024, we'll have done a lot of work ahead of time. Okay, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I also have some timeline thoughts and concerns. So one of my real concerns that I truly is getting this housing element rejected. I think there's a real possibility. We have seen Berkeley, Oakland, several cities in Marin County have all had their housing elements rejected. That is more in the Bay Area than I have seen be passed. And so I really think that doing something and thank you for the clarification, Councilmember Hudis. I was referring to the March 31st version that was sent with a 25% to the state. I really think that this is a good housing element that we have put through our Housing Element Advisory Board, and I'm not understanding the concern with these two sites, that these two sites are somehow, there's something wrong with them. I think the thing that's going to impact our timeline the most that I see in the near future is not getting our housing element certified. And I think that keeping with what the HEB, who became, I think, kind of experts throughout this process, sent to the state or recommended to staff to send to the state on March 31st is going to be our best bet for getting a certified housing element.
I just want to make a comment. The only reason this was agendized tonight is there were 2 council members, I think, that wanted to discuss it further. In December, we basically voted to move forward with adoption of the housing element by January 31st. We had a timeline on that. We had an understanding of the process. We knew when the Planning Commission was going to hear it. We knew when we were going to receive it. We knew that comments would be coming in from HCD before the letter. And we also, because we didn't make a motion to oppose it and because nobody asked to agendize it back then, we agreed, basically, we were in agreement that the next steps would go through the housing element and back to HCD, and it would not come back to the town council until HCD was ready to certify. So, this is an exercise in keeping our staff extra busy so we can get ready for another meeting to discuss something that we had already approved. I understand not everyone likes the process, but we need to move forward. So we don't need a motion. People can have a discussion. We already have the process, but I would like to move us toward closure. So Vice Mayor Badami.
I actually abstained from voting on the housing element January 30th because I couldn't find that it was in substantial compliance. But when I read the resolution, 2023-006, resolution of the town council adopting a general plan amendment and adopting the housing element, I look at, it says, whereas the housing element will return to the town council. It says will return to the town council with the additional information requested by HCD in its comment letter. So for me, I'm more concerned about process than tonight.
Any other, Councilmember Moore?
I was just going to ask if it would be appropriate to make a motion to close this item.
Well, we can just close it.
Okay.
I don't see any other hands raised, so with that, I end this item and I adjourn the meeting.